All right, and we're live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm internet icon Nasty Neal. And we will be joined shortly, actually at 9 o'clock, by former Man Mountain Rock, former Maxx Payne. It's going to be a good show. We got some people in the chat. Help out the show. Hit the like button. Share this out to your friends and your enemies. Become a member. Help support the channel. Starts only $3 a month. If you come $10 tier, you can become one of the In Your Head producers. Like our boys. The Worker. Brian Matthew Clutter. In El Santos world. So we would appreciate that. When I say we, I mean me. I would appreciate that. It would help out the channel, help cover the cost of all this. All right, so we have, I believe this is going to be my final one. The Pro Wrestling Creates. I've canceled it. It's gone up now to $40. When I first started to get this, it was $20. Then it went to $23, and it was like $26, $29. Now it went up to $40. And it's fun. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy it. But when you're starting to get the $40, like, I could probably go buy a couple t-shirts that I could pick out for $40. So they get, it's still worth your money. I'm not here to trash it. Who knows? We might, if this is amazing, maybe we will renew it. Maybe. So this is possibly the final one here of the show. I mean, I'll take one as a gift if somebody out there would like to give me. All right. So first of all, we've got the pin. Tekla. No, they're starting out on a positive note. I'm a fan of Tekla. I like the pin. So they may be winning me back. And out there, people like Jonathan Jackson or Anthony Chobo, Vic Schiavone, if they want to subscribe, and I'll open these every week here on the show, or month or 2 months, whatever it is. See, this is part of the reason I stopped getting this, because they're really upset, and I like Adam Page. Don't get me wrong, but they're really obsessed with cowboy shit. Like every month, I get some cowboy shit and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's funny and all, but I'm not going to wear a cowboy shit hat. I'm not going to wear a cowboy shit shirt. I'm not going to put a cowboy shit sticker on anything I wear in public. Use a little bit of common sense. He can use the phrase, that's fine. But no one in their right mind wants to walk around with a shirt that says cowboy shit. Because unless you're at an AEW event, people aren't going to know what it means. And that's fine. So like, if you wore Stone Cold, Austin 316, maybe people don't know what that meant. But they wouldn't be like, this guy he loves shit. He loves cowboy shit. Like, is he a fecal-philiac? What's wrong with this person? So, no, don't put shit on your merchandise. And then you're pairing it with cowboy. Like, it seems, is it something you step in? Is it some kind of fetish? Cowboy shit does not belong on anything. The micro brawl, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, like right now, I would think Stephen Butler's probably dropping trial right now at this, but Scarlett Boudreaux, not really, but whatever. It's fine. What is this? This is I believe this is a Jurassic Express beach ball. Now, Jackson, he's a big fan of cowboy shit just smeared all over his chest. He loves it. And I am not here to kink shame or to say he's wrong for just loving the feel of cowboy shit and blazing across his chest. He'll spread it over his face. He'll give it a lick. That's his deal. That's fine, but it's just not my deal. How's the tooth nail? Oh, great. Thank you for asking. Actually, no pain whatsoever. I haven't even thought about it until you brought it up right now. That's not, I'm not saying you asshole for bringing it up. So, yeah, I could blow this up. This is cute. Little novelty gift. What is this? Now, you know what? These are one of the items I actually use out of here. These are like a gym bag, backpack. And if I don't wear my big backpack, I will take one of these to walk with. I can fold it up in my pocket. If I happen to stop at the store and buy something, boom, I pull it out. Got a little backpack. Whose house? Swerve's house. So actually, this is an item I like. And I actually use. I actually use that item. Before we get to the shirts, I can see one shirt I am actually very happy with. It may get me to a rejoin. This is nice. The autograph is nice. We've got D'Lo Brown autograph. That's very cool. I have all these autographs in these boxes around. We should get some 8x10 holders for these or something. Put them in. So yeah, to recap, we've got Swerve backpack, which I do like. Cowboy shit sticker. No, just fuck that shit. Tekla pin is cool. A Jurassic Express beach ball. I mean, whatever. It's kind of like a freebie. Scarlet Boudreaux. Now, I know a lot of people would be into this. A lot of people like Showboat and Toronto Stevie. They would be feverishly, just whacking their yam bag to this. So, but it's not really my deal. All right. So the shirt, all right. You might have won me back with the shirt. We've got a New Jack shirt. I love that. I do not have a New Jack shirt. I am a New Jack fan. New Jack was on the show many times. I actually produced New Jack on a music seat on a song. This is has an old school feel. Looks like a bootleg, like a hip hop shirt or wrestling shirt from the 90s. Like I would have bought this in an alley for $10 or a parking lot. I like that. I'm a fan of that. Original Gangsta New Jack. I believe it's dark gray. This one I don't know who he is, but all right. Yeah, he kind of lost me on the second shirt, but this could be one I might give to my brother. It's some dude, I don't know, Lord Tensai or something. Los Tranquilos de Japón. Tetsu Naito. Yeah, whoever the fuck that is. I don't know who that is. Looks like look at that fucking guy. New Jack, I'm happy about that one. Fuck that. We'll give that to Troy. My brother would probably like it. Or if someone super chats me $20 right now, I'll send them the whoever the fuck that shirt is. All right, so yeah, that's the final one. It was hit and miss. They're fun to open. They got up to $40. Yeah, I'm a cheap bitch. Whatever. So yeah, Los Tranquilos Tetsu Naito shirt. I believe one of Troy's dogs is named Naito. 187 New Jack shirt. Scarlet Micro Brawler, Tekla enamel pin. You could have got Chase variants of those. D'Lo Brown autograph, Jurassic Express beach ball, Swerve bag, Hangman Adam Page sticker. They forget to tell you that it's a cowboy shit sticker. What happened? Well, we'll get to that in a second. We did get that's not too bad. That's kind of cool. 15. I shouldn't show that code, I guess. $15 off your first purchase at Pro Wrestling next day tees. So let's see. What about the next crate? Should we do it? You'll get 2 autographed 8x10s. And items from Brody King. That's cool. New Japan's Bullet Club. What year is this? I don't believe they even exist anymore. I get you could get like classic Erwin R. Shyster, shirt, or like Tugboat or something, but now it's different if it's like decades. So if you get a shirt of a wrestler from decades ago, it's classic. If you get a shirt from a wrestling group that literally just disbanded and pretty much like overstayed its welcome to begin with, then it's just like you got like a clearance item pretty much. That they were on clearance, so like how do we get rid of these? We'll throw them in the crates. And a Tommaso Ciampa shirt, which that's cool, but probably not enough to really get me hooked back in. But if anyone out there would, if you want to subscribe for Nasty Neal Tope on the show, I'm here to accept gifts. Is what I'm saying. I will accept gifts. I know Intro is very anti-gift, but Nasty Neal is not. I'm wearing my Nasty Neal shirt. Nasty Neal shirt. So there we go. I mean, that's all I had prepared. So I think the show. Oh no, we're gonna have Maxx Payne on in about a half an hour. I'm really looking forward to this. He was on the show years ago. I've always been a fan of his. I saw him live, and I do have to admit, I saw him in. I'll say this to him. It was actually one of the worst matches I saw live. It was Maxx Payne versus Bob Backlund at the Cape Cod Melody Tent. I have two memories of Bob Backlund at the Cape Cod Melody Tent. Now, Cape Cod Melody Tent is a cool venue, and WWF, they had ran it since its inception, because Vince McMahon had a connection to Cape Cod, because he used to run the Cape Cod Coliseum when he first started out as a promoter, for people who don't know. And the Cape Cod Coliseum went on to become a Christmas tree shop warehouse. But he had a connection to Cape Cod, so he continued to run it far past when they became really big. So, WrestleMania 14's really when WWE, WWF, that's when Austin becomes champion. After that, things really start to change. Really, it's a different company at this point. It's huge. I mean, it's always been big, but it was during the downtime, and then the kickoff of the Attitude Era, things really changed. I remember going to anytime there was a pay-per-view in New England, and you could get seats. Even really good seats, you can get them for like $35. And then I got up early to order tickets to WrestleMania 14. We had went to WrestleMania 11, me and my family, and we had we weren't front row, but we had good seats, and I don't know, they were probably like, I'm gonna guess $30 or maybe even $20. They were not much money. And we were at Royal Rumble 94, was it? Was it 94? It was the one that Bret Hart and Luger wins, or they won. And we had special seats that we got an invite in the mail. There were seats you could not drink at, and I was a kid, so I wasn't drinking. And I don't think really in my family. Some of my family were, but none of my family at that time were big drinkers, so that was fine. But why we found out why it was a non-drinking section is it was right behind the commentators, and I guess they didn't want people drinking behind them, so that was cool. And those seats were very cheap, like $15, $20. And so WrestleMania 14, I get up early to call up, because back then you had to call up, wasn't internet. And so I call up, and I'm like, I need 4 of the best seats to WrestleMania 14. And they're like, all right. Like, you want to put that on, card? Or I was like, yeah, my credit card here. Like, All right, that'll be 2,000. I was like, wait, what? $2,000. I was, I don't know, 18, 19, something like that. Like, I'm not paying $2,000. You have something, around $50. And so then we sat all the way in the back. The 50. Now those tickets that were 50, then, now they'd be the $2,000 seats. And then front row would be like 48,000 or something. But, at the time I was like, whoa. So this was an era when tickets really, go up in price. It went from like the mom and pop WWF to now this is a big deal. But WWF continued to run the Melody Tent because they had a connection there. Now, they didn't always send the top guys. I do remember seeing Kane there during like a pretty big, when WWF was pretty rocking Kane. And the Hardys, I think, were at one of the last shows I was at there. And I remember that maybe the last show, honestly, that they ran there. And I remember that the way the Cape Cod Melody Tent was set, it said on in the round, as they say, because it's for performers. They do a lot of stand-up comedians and musicians, and they'd set up the ring on the round. And so I don't think they wouldn't move it around for the wrestling, but it could move around. But it's still like it didn't have a high roof because it's a tent and above the round with the lights. And so when the Hardy Boys would get up to the top rope to do moves, they would literally like hit the light, so they couldn't do moves. And I remember they might have been, you know what? I think they wrestled Edge and Christian. I think it was the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian. But before that, so I have two memories of Bob Backlund at the Cape Cod Melody Tent. One time I was there and he was running for Congress. This is after he had already left. And I happened to be wearing Bob Backlund for President pin on my hat. And he noticed that and he signed his shirt for free for me. But the one I have previously to that was unfortunately one of the worst matches I've ever seen live. And that was Bob Backlund versus Man Mountain Rock at the Cape Cod Melody Tent. And at the time they were doing a feud, it was like Man Mountain Rock was like, if it's too loud, you're too old. That was like his catchphrase. And Backlund was pissed. He's like, I don't be playing that rock and roll. Because that was real big, in the 90s, where people yelling about rock and roll. It was like a feud out of like the 1950s or something. So it was like 40 years by this time. But anyway, so you had like Man Mountain Rock wrestling the old man, and he was complaining about playing the rock music. But why this was so bad? So first of all, it is a clash of styles to begin with. But Bob Backlund never got in the ring. He walked around outside the ring and yelled and threw like a temper tantrum. And Man Mountain Rock played his guitar for a little bit. And then Bob Backlund would like literally like lay down and start like rolling around, like throwing a temper tantrum about the music. And he never got in the ring. And this wasn't like a minute. This went on for like 15 minutes of just Backlund outside in the crowd, mad that they were playing music, and Man Mountain Rock just standing in the ring with his guitar and playing it every once in a while. And eventually, I think they just started the match and they counted him out. Either way, they never locked up. They never no one punched each other. No one did a move. It was very bad. And I always remember that was the worst. And I've seen some bad matches, but that was the worst one I ever saw live. It's just a fact. It's no offense, because I'm a fan of Maxx Payne. I love the Maxx Payne tag team with Cactus Jack. I know everyone talks about Man Mountain. They talk about Maxx Payne, because he hurt the Nasty Boy, which is pretty rough. Like, I don't want to say that's rock, and I mean, I don't want to see the man get hurt, but I really liked like physical wrestling. So that was when that was really starting to be a thing, like physical wrestling. especially like in WCW. So you had the Steiner brothers, you had Cactus Jack, Sting really to a degree, Regal, Vader, these guys. And I think this story is, we'll get it from Maxx Payne, but I believe that the Nasty Boys were taking like liberties. They were stiff with people. And so for the receipt was Maxx Payne. I didn't know this until later, but I just remember Maxx Payne giving this suplex, and it just bends Knobs like in half, like a jellyfish. Like you wouldn't think he even had bones. Like you would think if he had bones in him, he would have just broken. He would have broken in half. But he bent right in half. And a young Nasty Neal was like, fuck yeah, that's pretty rocking. But now as an adult, like, whoa, that's probably not good. Nasty Near World Order, DG. Yeah, exactly. Now it's $2,000 for one ticket. 2,000 for 4 tickets is bad enough. This week I bought great seats for AEW Collision in Huntsville in May for $38. Sweet, good deal. It's funny because I see fans like, because there's signs like, hey, Tony, thanks, Tony, I got the seat for $50. And then there are people that are like taking that as a negative, like, yeah, fuck AEW. I want to mortgage my house for tickets. And it's like, what the hell's your problem? Like, I get your you love the WWE and you want to hate AEW, but like, is that like the hill you want to die on? You want to like spend a fortune on tickets, and you think like you're a big loser like if you buy affordable wrestling tickets? Like, is this really what the world is coming to? Let's see here. That called storytelling. Damn. Rumble 94, WrestleMania 11. You got to see a couple of Owens' coolest moments live. Kicking Brett's legs out of his legs and winning the tag titles with Yoko. Yeah. Royal Rumble 94, I think in a way it gets a bad rap because you have the Undertaker casket match where he basically goes to heaven. And it's, yeah, admit it, it's very corny. But in the arena live, it was actually really cool. Because he's in the casket, then all of a sudden he's on top of the Titantron. He's like raising up to heaven. I don't know. It was pretty cool. It was a cool moment. And I remember, I always think that we really helped Kevin Nash Diesel become a top guy because we were, the whole crowd in Boston were really going all out for him, cheering him like crazy. And I remember Greg Valentine was, one of the legends that just happened to be in it, which was cool. And I remember us like really chanting for Greg Valentine. That's a big thing I miss from modern Rumbles is a few of the legends. I know like this time they had a couple, but I don't know. I remember back in the day they'd have more, and I just like it. Greg Valentine in the Rumble, that was pretty cool. And then it was weird at the time, having the dual winners. And something I think too is like we're that crowd. I can say we because it's part of the crowd, but we really booed Luger and was really all about Brett. And I think that was probably a big part of why WWE went with Brett and not Luger. We'll never know if a Luger World Championship run in WWF would have worked. In your mind, it's like he's like a perfect guy for he's a more WWF guy than he was WCW, but had way more success in WCW. So it's kind of weird. The narcissist character, not great. Made in USA, it's it's pretty flimsy character. But he was over. I think they made the mistake of not having him beat Yoko the first time and like trying to postpone it. But I don't know. He didn't really click really well in WWF, and you would think he would have. Oh, so it's your fault we got a Diesel title run. I was upset because I was a Bob Backlund fan, even though that match I mentioned earlier, and I was excited when Bob Backlund won the championship, and then he lost the belt. Hold on, I dropped my fangs. I have fangs here because I was a vampire on Without Your Head a little while ago. I'm not Early Gangrel or something. But so I was upset because I was looking forward to a long Bob Backlund title run, and then he lost it at a house show to Diesel, which looking back was pretty cool because it was like, oh wow, something like this could happen at a house show because you don't really think of that happening. Thank you. I like you really. I was never a fan of Diesel. I have to say I was a fan at that moment. I guess. I'm doing good in everything. Hell yeah. What was I talking about? Diesel. So yeah, I really wanted Bob Backlund, but I remember when Backlund first came back. This is something I do think about sometimes because like sometimes they bring back the legends, and I'm happy because I remember them. But then I have to think, well, so when I was a kid and I was watching '80s NWA, and they had Wahoo McDaniels, and Baron von Raschke, and I'd be like, who are I would be a dick, but I was like, man, who are these old dudes? They freaking suck. I didn't like them. I was not a fan of watching them. With the Boogie Woogie Man, and then I remember like they made a big deal like Wildfire Tommy Rich was coming back, and I was like, well, I've heard of him, and then I see him, I was like, whoa. A young nasty Neal was not impressed by a Tommy Rich in WCW at this point in time. Wildfire. I'm a fan of Tommy Rich later on when he's the big Don. But so that and then I remember like so Bob Backlund makes a comeback. And Bob Backlund was before my day. So I didn't have any memory of Bob Backlund as WWF champion. So I see him, he come back and he's like in the Royal Rumble and he's just this, goody howdy doody guy. And I'm like, good fucking Lord, who the fuck cares about who the fuck cares about this guy? And then he turns heel, and then I was in love. I was like, oh yeah, this is great. But the point was like, Bruno Sammartino came out of retirement. So when they would bring back these guys that I did not, they were before my day, and so I only see them when they're old. I was usually not enamored by them. I was just like, I want to see my grandfather's out there wrestling, and then so I do have to remember that today because sometimes I see people on the internet like, oh, why are they bringing back and I'm like, I think it's fun to have a one last run with one of these old folks. But so I get it. I think the difference is if you grew up or not even grew up, but so I grew up with Sting. So Sting's last run was amazing. Or I don't know, there's some other people I can't think of off the top of my head, but like if they make a comeback, it's cool, it's fun. Something I'm waiting to talk about when Maxx Payne comes on. I'll talk a little bit about it here. Is so I see a lot of people are happy that Sid's finally going into the Hall of Fame. So two things here. I actually did talk to Sid on a semi-regular basis. I could call Sid and talk to him, and he used to call on the show, on air and off air. And now he did not tell me why, but the last couple of years of his life, he was really pushing to go into the Hall of Fame, as was Big Van Vader. And Vader was open about why. It was because he knew he didn't have a lot of time. Sid knew this too, but he wasn't open about it. But both of them really pushed to go into the Hall of Fame. Both of them denied while they were alive. WWE then, puts both guys in, after they passed away. And so people are like, oh, that's great. I'm just like, is it? Like, Couldn't they have done it while both guys were here to celebrate it? It's not like there's an actual criteria of any kind to begin with. So you could put off putting in, some random celebrity for a year and, put in Sid and Vader. Beyond that, so I'll give WWE the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they didn't know either. Because Sid was not open about him being sick. He didn't want people to know. So maybe they didn't know either. Maybe they didn't know that. Why they couldn't put him in the Hall of Fame, I don't know, whatever. But why do they have to put Sid and Bad News Brown in the legacy wing? I don't like the legacy wing to begin with. I think everyone in the Hall of Fame should get, an actual induction. But it's one thing when you're putting in guys from like the 1920s or something. When you're putting in, Ed Farmer Burns into the legacy wing, or Stanislaus Zbyszko, or Whipper Billy Watson from more modern era. Because there's not a lot of fans that are going to remember them. They'll know the names. So that's where the legacy term comes from. So they're going to remember, oh yeah, this is a name from the past. Maybe my great grandfather used to talk about him. But I didn't grow up watching these guys. I didn't grow up watching Ed Strangler Lewis. So okay, all right. So, or a guy from some small territory. No offense, but Phil Hickerson or something. But Sid Vicious was a top star, perennial his entire career, and pretty much his entire career was on televised wrestling, modern wrestling. So and they owned WCW, so he was a top guy in WCW his whole time there. He was a top guy in WWF multiple times. He was the top guy back in WCW. There is no reason why Sid Vicious should be in the legacy wing and not an actual induction into the Hall of Fame. He's a much bigger star than a lot of the guys they have in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not saying those guys shouldn't have inductions. But to not have an actual induction for Sid Vicious is asinine. This was a literal top guy his entire run, multiple-time champion in every promotion. And I think Bad News Brown I think that's a bad legacy induction too. This is another guy that deserves an actual induction. He was a name on WWF TV when they had pay-per-views. Sid, I think, is just absurd. But both these guys should be actual inductions into the Hall of Fame. There's no reason not to. Now, if you don't want to show the inductions of everybody, maybe you're under a time limit on. I don't know why. I mean, you've got streaming now, so you can make it a 4 or 5 hour streaming event or something, or limit. Let's say, hey, we got 10 minutes to accept this or something. But Sid Vicious to just be part of the legacy wing, I think, is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. And I'm not, I'm not going to attack Stephanie McMahon. Now, I mean, obviously it is kind of you're the daughter or the owner of the company, or I guess you're the owner of the company now, or whatever the hell you are. And you're going to the Hall of Fame. But, all right, she deserves it. Whatever is fine. And I'm not saying she shouldn't be in the legacy Hall of Fame. But don't you have when you feel kind of like a piece of shit, you're I'm going to induct myself into the Hall of Fame. But this guy that was a perennial top dude in our company and every televised wrestling company in modern time, we're just going to put him in the legacy. The guy who, literally broke himself on live television for the wrestling business. I mean, how many bigger people are there than Sid? I mean, a handful of people. If you just look at this kayfabe and it like the PWI 500 kind of thing, this is like a top 20 guy. He's multiple time champion. I mean, he's not Stone Cold Steve Austin, Undertaker, The Rock, but he's like, I wouldn't say he's much lower than Triple H. I think you could argue maybe he's bigger than Triple H, but he's like a top guy. He was a top guy every run he had everywhere. Main evented, WrestleMania. Scott's. I don't know if the Steiner brothers are in the Hall of Fame. I don't like to argue about who should be in the Hall of Fame and who shouldn't, just because there is no criteria. I'm fine, literally anybody going in, but the idea that once you start having the legacy wing, and I get the idea of like we're going to induct some omissions from 100 years ago or 80 years ago or 60 years ago, and maybe people that never actually wrestled for WWF. But if you have a Wrestling Hall of Fame, they should be in it. All right. I actually wouldn't even do that to begin with, but okay. But not a guy that wrestled at multiple WrestleManias, on Raws, was your world champion. That's just stupid. It's stupid. You should have Bob Backlund hold the title till at least Rumble 95. Yeah, as a like I would have liked it, but at the same time, I get like it's a down period for the WWF. WWF, for the most part, was always about the long-term top babyface champion. That was their go-to. Bruno Sammartino, Pedro Morales, Bob Backlund, Hulk Hogan. They tried with the Warrior. Usually the heel champions were just a guy to hold the title to the next big guy, like Stan the Man Stasiak, Ivan Koloff, Iron Sheik, Superstar Billy Graham, which people argue should have had a longer title. So I get it. They're like, this is what we know. This is what puts our company. This is what our fans want. So let's get it while the iron's hot. Because another thing, I think, like, they realized we made a mistake prolonging this with Lex Luger. So let's not do that with Diesel. Let's not cool him off. Let's go with him right now. Put the title on him and see what happens. So I get it. As a heel fan, I would have preferred a longer Bob Backlund run. If Hillbilly Jim isn't legacy, then Sid, yeah, I mean Sid's way bigger, and I don't think Hillbilly Jim should be legacy either. But Sid is clearly clearly a bigger star than Hillbilly Jim, and that's in no way for me to say that Hillbilly Jim shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Because Wrestling Hall of Fame, I don't even know what you do for a criteria, because it could be like, well, I think this guy has 5-star matches. Okay. But then like this Hulk Hogan never had a 5-star match. Does that mean he's not in the Hall of Fame? No, I mean he's, arguably the most known guy, at least in my lifetime, in wrestling. Him or Steve Austin. So what is the criteria? Now, Hillbilly Jim was a well-known act in WWE. So I'm fine with him being in the Hall of Fame. It's almost like I don't want to say character actor, but it's not a leading man. So it is a weird thing because like other sports have you have actual stats to go off of. You don't in wrestling. So I'm fine with pretty much anybody going in. I think the celebrity wing's kind of dumb, but I just don't really like the idea of the legacy, unless it is someone just from so long ago that there's no one really around to remember. No metric Sid is better than Triple H. Well, and I would say that's not true, because Sid There was times where Triple H was almost, I wouldn't say a job guy, but a very low end guy. Sid never was. Sid was always a top guy. So Sid was a much bigger star, way bigger star in WCW. Um, Way bigger star his first several years in WWF than Triple H was. So yeah, I would say that's not exactly accurate. I mean, you could argue there's time. I mean, I wouldn't argue Triple H is not over ever, but I don't know. Sid had huge pops. Let's see here. All right. Got Maxx Payne here. Welcome back to the show. It's been a long time. Maxx Payne, also known as Man Mountain Rock.
Nasty Neal!
How you doing?
What's going on, Devil Dog?
It's good to see you.
Let me see if I can figure out what's going on here. I got like 4 screens of you up here.
Oh, yeah. If you close on the left, because it just shows what we look vertically, you can hide that. It's like a little thing right underneath. It says hide the preview of vertical broadcast. It's just showing us what we look like on Instagram.
Well, I don't really care.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. I mean, you need multiples of me.
Yeah, I mean that just
really.
Hey, it just makes me look that much better twice. So
Right. So something I was talking about, and I would like your opinion. First of all, some people asked they wanted me to ask you if Sid Vicious deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, but to me, I think that's kind of a silly. You don't think he even deserves it?
It's so funny. I was just on a show with Sid's son, and his son's actually a nice guy.
Yeah.
See, a wrestling Hall of Fame, and to me, is sort of has a dichotomy edge to it. Anyway, I always sort of laugh at a wrestling Hall.
I was saying this because what is the criteria?
Right. And the other side, he's like, Flair, and God bless him that he makes money. He still makes money as Ric Flair. God bless him. That's what he does, and that's what you're supposed to do in this world. Is you take advantage of what you can do. Because I can't make that kind of money doing commercials and shit. But when a wrestler brags about the multitude of times they were a world champion, to me, that's like bragging about how many roles you had in movies. You didn't. That's not something that you did spontaneously because you were obviously the better athlete. Mm-hmm. Whatever the reason, you worked your way to the top, and if what you are is a world champion worker. And so the whole idea of a Hall of Fame, I don't know what the right answer is to what wrestling should be, what wrestling should have. Like, I like Cauliflower Alley's name. I think that's a great kind of metaphor for what we are. But the Hall of Fame indicates that you're somebody who threw 347 fucking passes in one football game for 592 yards and scored 67 touchdowns. And when you see that's not what wrestling has. Its own criteria. And so for somebody like Sid, anybody who knows Sid, and I knew him pretty fucking well. Sid was a pain in the fucking ass. And anybody who knew Sid knows he was a pain in the motherfucking ass. He was tough to work with. He was tough to schedule. I guarantee you there's not a promoter you could talk to that didn't have fucking bullshit that they dealt with Sid, because he was undependable, and he ran his life exactly the fucking way he wanted to. And part of it was because from the minute he fucking got in the business, because of how he looked, he was just fucking handed the world. And I was in Memphis when he came in as Lord Humongous. And I just gotten into business after being in Japan for a year and breaking in Japan and busting my balls in Japan. And then I couldn't get a job in the United States because the World Wrestling Federation had killed all the fucking territories. And I finally got booked in fucking Memphis, and I was making $180 a fucking week traveling 3,000 miles. And Sid comes in, and within minutes, he's on top everywhere he goes. He's making the top dollar in every fucking territory because of the way he looks, and not because he can work. Just because when he goes out there greased up and oiled up, everybody fucking believed he was Lord Humongous or he was Sid Vicious. And so that always, I'm pretty notorious for fucking pushing Sid to his limits. I have lots of stories about pushing Sid to his limits. And there's one on my YouTube channel right now, if you care to go watch
check
it.
that out. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a great story on my YouTube channel about the first time I wound Sid up about arm wrestling. And so I if you want to find out about who Sid was, go check that out. And the second time I wound him up about arm wrestling was, in my opinion, the most notorious story in the wrestling business, the night of the B-Bus. And so, that was all because I was winding Sid up about his arm wrestling capability again. And on the bus that night, we had the greatest arm wrestler in the fucking wrestling business at the time in Rick Rude.
Mm.
And anybody who knew Rick Rude knew that motherfucker was a powerhouse. So it was always one of those things that, can you hold on? I'm going to stay on the air because this is Rip Rogers calling me.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Rip's been on the show. We did like a 4-hour interview with Rip Rogers.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yo, brother, I'm in the middle of doing another show. What's going on? No. You were great. It went great. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I love you. I know, and you did great. They loved you. Everything's a go. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was great, brother. So I'll talk to you. I'll give you a call tomorrow. All right, bye. Sorry, Neal.
No worries.
I just got done with doing it. I just got done doing a podcast. Literally, that's where I was right now. I told you that I had this show. I do this show every Tuesday night called Wrestle Shoot. And then I'm about to start another show on this network called The Pain Lair. And I actually did it years ago, and it was more politically driven, but I'm really looking forward to starting to do it again. I'm in the process now. In the very near future, I'm going to start rebuilding my studio, getting my musical chops back together. I've been away from my music for a while. Things are going to change for me, over the next couple of months, and so I'm really excited. So anyway, I just did a show with Rip, and we were having technical issues because Rip is like Mr. Magoo. He doesn't fucking know a thing about technology. And if fucking one thing gets in the way, he's like the Tasmanian devil when he starts spinning, and Rip just fucking comes, he just goes berserk. And so, we had a lot of fun trying to get that show working, but we finally got it working. We didn't give up, and he stayed on. And like I said, we're going to do some more stuff in the near future. So,
nice. Anyway, yeah, Rip's great. Yeah, he was he was on, and he wanted to beat the George South record, which I don't think he did actually, but it was very close. They were both on like 4. I won't keep you for 4 hours, so don't get nervous. But
brother,
yeah,
listen,
both...
you see, you got to be careful challenging me to shit like that, because I can fucking go. I'm not afraid. So, you want to do that? I'll break any fucking record you want to go. I mean that, brother. If you want to do a show one day, you want to do a marathon with me.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that.
Let's fucking do 6 hours, man.
All right. Yeah, I'll go and find the exact time, and well be there. Yeah.
I want to be the record holder. I want you to be able to say, "Oh, no one can fucking touch Maxx Payne," because I got enough stories that if we really push hard, I can even give you, you and I would have a little we'll have a little pre-show warm up.
Yeah.
And I'll kind of give you a list of the things that all you have to do is say, "What about this, Max?" And I can go, brother. So I'd love to do that. That'd be fucking great, bro.
All right, yeah, we'll definitely do that. So
I want to be your record holder.
all right, I like this. Yeah, yeah. It would. I know number 1 and 2 are George South and Rip Rogers. They both like to tell stories.
Oh, I gotta fucking beat Rip Rogers for sure. And I can't. You can't fucking challenge me to a thing like that and not make me go, okay, man, I'm fucking doing this. You find out, and then we'll beat it. I promise you.
Did you have a lot of interaction with Rip when you were wrestling, or is he somebody like
well, Rip,
like afterwards?
There's a classic example. I mean, I can go on for hours about Rip alone because I met Rip in Germany. My second year there, I did 2 seasons in Germany, 90 and 91, or 91 and 92. I'm sorry, 91, 92. And Rip was there my second season. And I was he and I don't know why he liked me, and I don't know why I liked him. He doesn't smoke dope. I don't drink, and neither does he. He is a workout madman, and I'm just not that guy, never have been. And, I always did just enough to get. Part of the reason I was such a fucking heretic in the business is because, everybody, all they gave a fuck about was, going to the gym every day. And I wanted to play my guitar and fucking, watch wrestling tapes and shit. So, and watch, Nirvana on fucking MTV.
Yeah.
So,
that's the best unplugged ever, actually.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So, Rip and I, for some fucking reason, man, he and I just bonded. And, I said to him one night, because in Europe, when you're booked there and you don't understand the ropes, you got to figure out how to get through things. And luckily, my first season there were a couple of people that kind of took me under their wing. There's always in the wrestling. That's what's beautiful about the wrestling business. If you're a decent person and somebody recognizes that, and especially if you're, forgive me, if they look at you and go, that motherfucker might be going someplace, they're going to treat you nice. They're going to do you good. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Some people just do it honestly, just because that's who they are. And so I'd had people take care of me when I was in Europe my first time and teach me the ropes. And one of them was Chris Benoit. And he really looked after me in Germany the first year. And he wasn't there a lot, but the short time he was there, and the fact that he was the reason I was there, all the boys that were there that loved Chris immediately accepted me in, because he and Chris and I broke in New Japan pro wrestling together. And so, Rip and I just fucking hit it off. And I just wanted, there was just something about it. I'll tell you what it was. I knew he was I'd never seen him work before. I didn't know nothing about him. I'm not a mark from the past. When I joined the wrestling business, I didn't know shit about it because I was a fucking amateur wrestler all the way through college. And I hated fucking professional wrestling because the shit was all fake and I was never going to do it. And I used to get pissed off when people would say, "Oh, you're a wrestler. I watch that shit on TV all the time." No, you fucking don't. You've never watched me wrestle on TV once because I'm a fucking real wrestler, you jag off. And, so I hated that shit. And somehow Rip and I we just connected. I went to school in the Midwest. I went to school at Iowa State. He was from Indiana. And we had sort of, I don't know if that was the bond. And anyway, so I started looking after him, and I'd invite him over to my trailer and feed him, because there's no one on earth. Like I guarantee you, if Rip Rogers made $1.50 in 1973 wrestling somebody, he still got $1 of it. he did, and that's not true, because he has to spend his money to stay alive. But he's one of those guys. He like took the fucking old timer statement, "It's not what you make, it's what you save," to the fucking end. And I loved him, and he helped me save money, and we became friends, and we just fucking ended up being real great pals. And at the end of it all, man, he got me my job in the WCW. I mean, there's no fucking way around it.
Yeah.
He knew Bill Watts, and we walked across this. We were staying. You live in trailers when you're in Europe, and because you wrestle in the same building every night, and so you'll go to like Hanover, Germany. We were in Hanover, Germany for 63 fucking days. It's a month and a half. Almost 2 months. No, it's more. That's more than 2 months. And so we would be in the same place for 2 months. Well, we were in Bremen, the last tour of the season, the last town of the season. We were there for 18 days. And I'll never forget, Rip and I had gone to the bank and gotten like, a couple thousand Deutschmarks, not a couple thousand, a couple hundred Deutschmarks in coins to feed into the phone, or bought a card. I think cards were available by then. I think I bought a card that had 500 Deutschmarks on it. And we went to a telephone booth, and it was fucking freezing and snowing. And we went to this big telephone booth, and we both got in it together. And he called fucking Bill Watts on the telephone and said, "Hey, I got somebody I want you to talk to." And said, "This guy was a shooter at Iowa State. You're going to fucking love him. He's 6'6", 390 pounds, moves like a motherfucker. And he plays the guitar like goddamn Jimi Hendrix. Bill, here's Maxx Payne." And the rest, as they say, is history. And Bill said, "As soon as you get back home and, you get through Christmas season, I'll fly you into Atlanta and we'll talk." And
didn't you wrestle for UWF like previously, and maybe just a little bit? But did you know him at all from that?
So here's what's amazing about that is Red Bastien was going to book me there, and I was literally on my way to the UWF, and it folded.
Oh, so it was right at the end. Okay.
It was right at the end. I was on my way to Montreal. Red got me booked in Montreal, Canada, because there was a territory there. And Vince had fucking, he'd sucked all the talent out of the Montreal territory. And the only other place, there was only 2 other places left to go. And that was Calgary. And I'd lived with Chris, and I knew I wasn't going to Calgary. And fucking Stu Hart called me on the phone. He says, because Stu really wanted me to go there because I was an amateur wrestler. And he called me and he said, hey there, Daryl. He said, "That's Stu Hart here." And he said, "I heard you're quite the salty bastard. I really want to get you up here." He says, "Benoit tells me all about you. And God damn it, that Benoit kid's a good kid." And he said, I'd really like to get you up here. And I'd really like to get you wrestling in for Calgary Stampede. What do you think?" And I said, "Stu, you're so far away, and I got a family, and I know nobody's making any money." And I said, "Let me think about it, and I'll get back in touch with you." And the only other place to go was Memphis. Mm-hmm. And at least it was in the United States, and it was actually further away than it would have been to go to fucking Calgary. But, Chris had told me about the road trips in Calgary. And sometimes you travel a fucking 2,000 miles for one fucking house show in Tuktoyaktuk. And I was really on the border what I was gonna. I had this great offer in front of me, to go to actually a software company called WordPerfect, and and my wife didn't want me to leave. Of course, my wife didn't want me to go on the road as a wrestler. And I knew the only way I was going to get into business and stay in the business was I needed another territory. And this guy named Randy Hale from the CWA in Memphis, Tennessee called me on the telephone and said, "Maxx," he goes, "you want to come down here to South? And you want to come down here to CWA, wrestle with now, Maxx, we got this is the 2 Jerry's territory, so we'd love to have you come down here. So you come on down here, we'll put you to work." And so I did. I went to Memphis, and I was in Memphis for a year and debuted. That's where I actually got to, for the first time, Memphis is where I got to debut the character Maxx Payne. And then I went to Germany and they took it away. They wouldn't let me be Maxx Payne.
Oh, really? I would think that would like fit into Germany for some.
You know why they didn't? It's so
Mm-mm.
funny because so many promoters did this to me because the crowd can't chant it. Maxx Payne, Maxx Payne. They didn't like the rhythm of that. And
they need like 3 syllables. Yeah.
Heavy. You know what he called me? Buffalo Pedersen.
That doesn't seem very chantable either. Maybe Buffalo. They could chant Buffalo.
Buffalo. That's exactly why he called me Buffalo. And then when I said, I'm not going to do Buffalo Pedersen the next time. And he said, okay, what if we call you, I said, I want to be Maxx Payne. He goes, it was Otto Vons. He said, no, goddammit, but you can be, how about I let you be Heavy Metal Buffalo? I said, okay, that's enough of a compromise. So we did Heavy Metal Buffalo for the first part of the season. And by the end of the season, I had Maxx Payne t-shirts now already made. And the people that knew me and the guitar thing has started to work. And that was where the guitar thing really got over, was in Germany. And that's why Rip was so excited to get me a job in the States. And I can't tell you the number of guys in the German territories that were so behind me. And, they were awesome people.
How different is it when you go to the States? Like, cause you say like everyone, if you're a good guy, like people would support you, in Germany. Was that the same way when you get to the United States, or is it a completely different, animal?
What do you mean?
Like political. So like if the other wrestlers are behind you when you're in Germany, like they think you're a good guy, they're going to support you. But when you're in like in WCW and WWF, do other wrestlers, if they think you're a good guy, are they supportive of you?
No. Yeah, no. In Germany, it was such a closed society. Mm-hmm. There was a convention there in this sense. The convention was Tony St. Clair, Fit Finlay, the Colonel, Eddie Steinblock, all of the David Wright. I don't know if his son came to America and wrestled in WCW, I believe. And
Alex Wright.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
and Wunderkind.
David Taylor, Steve Regal. There were the European tour only brought a couple of Americans on board. And so they were never intimidated by you because they knew you were leaving. They knew you weren't coming back, and they knew you weren't going to take their place in that convention of guys that were coming from Europe. And so they were never threatened by you, so they could be your friends. And there were still a lot of them. Tony St. Clair, there were a lot of guys that, jealousy got in their way sometimes. A lot of times jealousy does a fucking, is hard on guys who, we were talking about Sid. Jealousy is hard to deal with when been busting your ass trying to fucking get somewhere in the business, and a guy like Sid who, can't work a match but looks great in a pair of fucking tights and boots, is wrestling main event on a card, making all the money. I don't care who you are, unless you had a really good mentor teach you how to deal with that, it makes it fucking tough. Mm-hmm. And then you come to the States, well, other than the WWF now, the only other territory making money was the WCW. And so everybody loved the guaranteed money that was happening in the 90s in the WCW. That's why they fucking won the world at the time, was because Hogan had destroyed the business with the fucking steroid scandal. And when he went on Arsenio Hall and lied and said, oh no, I only did steroids 7 times because I had a health injury. And, if he would have gone on there and just fucking done the right thing and actually started a fucking union for the boys and done the right thing and all that shit, in my opinion, it would have changed things dramatically. But Hogan was probably the biggest reason. Well, he was the reason for the demise of the business for the WWF in the early 90s. they couldn't fill a fucking high school gymnasium with Monday Night Raw. Their business was so fucking bad. They had toasted everything because of the Hogan dilemma. And so WCW was a guaranteed paycheck. You know, guys, there was like 3 or 4 tiers, and I think I was 2 or 3 tiers down from the bottom. I was making like $1,500 a week guaranteed, and then I had 24 per. They're like, I always called them e-tickets. Like in Disneyland, when Disneyland used to have books, you get an e-ticket to go on the great rides, like Pirates of the Caribbean. You used to have an e-ticket for it, and for the Haunted Mansion, you know, and all the other fucking shit was bullshit. You know, all you cared about was e-ticket rides, because who the fuck wants to go fucking give it a
Small
ride?
World.
Yeah, and who won't? Well, Small World was okay for me. Yeah, it's fun, especially.
It's more like the little kids ride. But I know
it is, but it's a nice. You know, it's a nice place to go when it's a hot fucking day and just sit down. A leisurely stroll through a nice little man-made river. It was a lot of fun, and my mother loved it, so it was easy to do that. But So the WCW gave me 24 or 36. I think I had a 2 or 3 year contract. I think it was a 2-year contract with them, and they gave me 24 e-ticket round trip tickets to Salt Lake City, so I could take that ticket and fly out of anywhere in the country to Salt Lake and then back to Atlanta or back to anywhere. So I could make that ticket work, and it would do anything, you know. So if I was, let's say for example, I was in Florida, I was in Tampa, and I needed to fly, and I wanted to fly home to Utah, and then I needed to be in St. Joe, Missouri when I went back, I could make that ticket do that. That's what I mean by an e-ticket. So they gave me 20. So those were, as you can imagine, those were really fucking valuable. They were like $1,500, $2,000 a piece. So I had 24 of those or 36 of those that they had given me as well. So everybody wanted that contract, you know. That was the only real money happening in the WCW. So as you can imagine, to get back to what your original question was, you didn't have any fucking friends. Everybody was trying to take your job. Everybody that came, I remember when Terra Rising came into the fucking WCW. I'm one of those guys too. I hated sitting in the fucking clique locker room. You know, I hated sitting in with everybody. There were 2 locker rooms in WCW when we did TVs, and there was always at center stage, there was this little locker room that everybody sat in that had, you know, like fucking Hollywood lit up mirrors that they would all sit in front of and sit and look at themselves while they told stories. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I fucking hated it. You know, I hated being in that dressing room. And there was something so amazing sitting with the enhancement guys, because I was one of them once, man. You know, if you were an enhancement guy once, and to have somebody befriend you that was, you know, that had a contract that you could actually talk to, you know, and them guys, you know, those are like the real dudes, man, they would go fishing and then fucking say, Max, we're going to go down the fucking river and have a barbecue. You know, you want to go have a barbecue with us? Or we're going to have a barbecue out by Matt's car. You know, you want to come out and fucking have a barbecue? You know, we're going to barbecue out of the car. I said, fuck yeah, man. So I'd go out and hang out with those guys. Plus, they always had good weed, you know, that never failed. And usually good drugs, painkillers, you know, and they were always generous and fucking, and I just love them. And I remember when Terror Rising, if you don't know who Terror Rising is.
I know, yeah.
So you know who he is. And,
yeah, Triple H. Yeah.
When he first came into fucking WCW, he was on that side. And I sat down next to him and befriended him, and we talked, and you know, he was nobody at the first television. Nobody knew him, but he immediately figured out how to ingratiate himself, and it wasn't long. Within a month, he wasn't sitting in the enhancement room any longer. He was sitting over in the fucking star room, and you know. And that's okay. You know, that's how you get to
he used that very well throughout his career.
Yeah, he's done okay for himself. So, you know, I certainly have no ill feelings towards Paul, and quite frankly, I still have a movie that's going to come out sooner or later, and he's an integral part of it. So
Is that the thing that should not be?
yeah, hey,
Yeah,
you know the name.
yeah, I know. I've been because we started the show in 2005, so I've been doing the podcast for a long time.
So
But
you know, man.
yeah, I remember that was when I first got online. It was like, yeah, we shared all the time, and everyone would I was on the message boards, and everyone would be talking about it. So I obviously was going to ask you about it. So you still have plans to eventually release it?
No, it's more than plans now.
Oh, sweet. All right.
Yeah, it's I don't want to, it's so I did the right thing, you know. I took it out of my hands. I gave it to somebody else and said, finish this motherfucker and put it out so that people can see that I'm not just completely full of shit. And it's just scary. I'll be honest. I always have to say, it's a terrifying thing because I expose a lot of myself. It's not pretty,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that's why, it has the 3 R's of a great documentary I was taught is real, raw, and rare. And man, there is nothing more rare than this one, and the great part about it is now all the music in it, I wrote. Not all of it, most of it. There's going to be a couple of songs that I actually produced and engineered for other friends that are going to be in the movie. But it's gone through a whole bunch of different names. It was called The Real Maxx Payne. It was going to be called The Real Maxx Payne, and that just didn't. That doesn't fit it really. I've always believed it was the thing that should not be.
Yeah,
because,
I think that's the name to go with. I love it.
yeah, because I was the thing that should not be. That's the reason I shot the fucking movie, because I was the fucking thing that should not be.
So you said, a documentary. So are you, and you did the music. Are you also going to have like modern interviews within
I did that too.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Because
I kind of narrate, that's why I handed it off to somebody else. He's got a big body of content to work with to get this thing out. And it's going to be huge. I can't imagine it's not going to be at least 3 or 4 hours long by the time, if he uses, it depends, to me, the perfect time would be 2 hours at the max.
Yeah.
Knowing the guy that's taking care of it, I don't want to say anything until I don't mean anything. I can talk about it, obviously, but I don't want to really push hard, because that's when you're really going to want to have me come back on. When this fucking thing finally comes out, you're going to be so happy to finally see it. And
so I go to a lot of movie festivals because I produce some independent films, and I'm in some indie films, and I really actually think that is something that would play well at festivals. And so I was going to say, it really depends on how you release it. So if it was like streaming somewhere, I could see like the 3 or 4 hour, like an hour chunks. But if you're playing it at a festival, I do think like between an hour and a half and a 2 hour cut would probably be best for a festival.
I think what we should do, this is my personal feeling, I think what we should do is do a fucking hard, fast, very little of me narrating in the background, just fucking the thing that should not be, and do whatever we have to do to fill in the holes, and do, like you say, do a 2 hour movie. So it can go so it could go to Sundance. It can go to any kind of movie festival out there, because I do believe that the potential of this movie, because of what I did, when I did it, and how I did it, was so unique that it has the potential of really garnering some attention. And I'm hoping that would be the first one. Then we do the fucking ultimate director's cut. which is like you were just talking about. Then we go back in and we add all of the fucking stuff that where I talked about the people in the background. I don't know if he's going to do that. We'll wait and see. I'm going to, like I said, I had to turn this over to somebody else because I've been, there's sometimes
It's
you
hard.
gotta,
It's hard. It's also hard to edit something that you're really connected to,
and
because
that's
then it's like,
exactly it.
yeah, because it's like, well, I can't cut this out because it's personal to me for some reason. But then it's hard to look at like what the audience would view it. If that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like,
No, that's,
yeah.
and you're so right, brother, because that's exactly what I knew. If I tried to edit it, I would cut out all the things that that were cringeworthy of me.
Right. Right.
And I can't cut those out because to me, that's the part of the movie that I was wrong. Like the things I say. I mean, I make some pretty profound statements, and I was completely and utterly fucking wrong. That I talk about the clique falling. And the clique didn't fall. The clique owns fucking the World Wrestling Federation.
Yeah.
So I was fucking talking out of my ass. I think partly because I never believed Vince would relinquish control to Shawn Michaels and Triple H and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall and X-Pac. I just didn't believe that he would let those 5 guys run his company, and he obviously did, especially Shawn Michaels. And then in the end, more prophetically, Triple H. So the great part about it is there's some things in there I'm so proud of. Like, we were in the backstage one day and I was getting ready to go walk through. And every time I would walk through the dressing rooms, if the boys were talking about a wrestling match, they'd kayfabe me. They wouldn't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't talk about the finish and what was
Yeah.
going on. And so Triple H said to me one day, "Hey, Max, can I carry the camera?" And I said, "Yeah, as long as I can follow behind you." He said, "Yeah, color. Let's go." So, and even though in the movie, Triple H makes it really fucking clear how much he hates me. All of the clique makes it really clear how much they fucking hate me. But Triple H takes the camera backstage, and there's this fantastic scene where Sid is planning his match with Ted DiBiase and Bam Bam, and they're fucking, it's so brilliant. It's the kind of scene in a movie that even what Unreal is doing doesn't compare to this moment, because this moment is so caught on film of Bam Bam talking about headbutt, I'll shoot you into the corner. They're literally planning out the finish of the match, and it's fucking brilliant. And they didn't stop because they all stopped and looked and saw it was Triple H carrying the camera, and they didn't kayfabe him. But any other time you'll see in the movie, it's ironic. Any other time I walk through and they're talking about their matches, they all go, "Yeah, so I was with my mom last week," and so in that scene, it's going to be exciting because I'm going to make sure, one of the things we've talked about is to make sure that, first of all, I'm not a plagiarist. I want to make sure I give credit where credit's due.
Mm-hmm.
It's Triple H is going to get credit for being the one carrying the camera during that scene, because ironically, now he's the guy doing Unreal, which I did 30 years ago,
right,
on this tour in Germany. So
yeah. So, like, well, why does Triple H at this point like hate you, and like, you were nice to him when he was breaking into WCW's Terrorizing?
That's one of those things. I think the only thing I can say to you is, if I was going to try to be retrospect on what it was, is when you're a fat kid, when you grow up a fat kid, you will do anything to get people to like you. And I tried way too hard at times to get people to like me instead of just relying strictly on my talent. And then when I relied strictly on my talent, they went out of their way to bury me. And so, you know, there were just, I was just one of those guys that I think it was because I didn't live in the gym. I smoked cigarettes. I smoked dope. I did fucking drugs. I lived the heavy metal character, and they just didn't like me for that. And they just, for whatever reason, then, you know, the Nasty Boys didn't help. The Nasty Boys did their best to bury me and make sure that they besmirched any kind of credibility I had by blaming me for the time that Knobs got hurt. And they, you know, they went behind the scenes and talked shit about me. And Eric Bischoff didn't like me because the Nasty Boys blamed me, and he said something to me, and I stood up for myself. And, you know, one thing I wasn't afraid to stand up for myself because I was a shooter, you know, and they all knew that they couldn't just fucking push me around. Mm-hmm. And on top of the fact I was 6'6" and weighed 360 pounds. And so, you know, I'm not just a guy that you can just talk shit about and not think that sooner or later there might be ramifications that will be painful, you know?
Yeah.
And so even though that's so against my nature, I loved the business for the exact reason that it was a work. That's why when I found out wrestling was a fucking work, man, it was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me, because amateur wrestling is a bitch. It's a fucking horribly hard fucking sport when two guys, I mean, you know, when there's an old saying that after all the fucking bullets have been shot and all the swords have been stabbed in each other and all the knives have been used and all the rocks have been thrown, there's two guys standing on the middle of a fucking battlefield. What are they going to do? They're going to wrestle until they're dead. One of them's dead, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what wrestling is, man. Wrestling is this primal fucking thing that it's just, and it is fucking hard work. And so when I found out about professional wrestling and I started to open my mind to the possibilities and I accepted that, I loved it. I loved it from the beginning. And so I think there were a number of reasons that they didn't like me. And I think part of it was I was innovative. You know, here I am, this fat fucking asshole that none of them liked. And I'm the first guy carrying a video that I talked Vince into letting me carry a video camera behind the scenes of a fucking wrestling show. And anybody who doesn't believe Vince didn't fucking let me do that, just ask yourself this real simple question. Do you think that camera would have been on behind the scenes of WWF on the road without Vince's okay? That's the only thing you got to ask yourself. You know, if they ever tried to sue me in any fucking fashion for that, that's my first question. And on top of that, Tony Gurria is still alive. I don't know if Rene Goulet is, but all the guys that were the road agents, fucking, when I showed up with the camera, first thing Tony Gurria said is, put that motherfucker down. And I said, Vince said I could do this. And he said, I'll be right back. Went and called Vince on the phone, come back and said, okay, you can carry the camera.
Do you think Vince, why do you think that is? Do you think Vince was, you know, maybe he thought he could use it for something at some point, or?
You know, I think Vince believed in me. I do, because when I took Brian there to sing for him, and I took Brian and got Brian his job in New York. And when we started
you mean Brian Armstrong? Or?
Yeah, Road Dogg.
Yeah.
I got him. I took him to New York, and he and I sang in front of Vince, and the whole "Be My Baby Tonight" thing started, and the whole backstory of that. See, that's what I'm saying. See, this is where I know I can fucking go. I got lots of fucking time to spend talking about lots of details, and I can't go. I won't go into them all now because you and I are going to do this fucking.
Yeah.
I'm going to own these fucking 6 hours with you, brother. We're going to do a fucking Maxx Payne marathon.
All right, yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down. Yeah,
we'll knock this motherfucker out of the ballpark. But you know, I just Where was I? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's just like the idea, because you were saying that you think Vince believed in you. And then
Oh yeah,
you
Vince
mentioned trying
believed
to
in
get
me, man. When Brian and I finished the third song, we sang 3 songs and didn't stop. And when we finished the third song, he looked me right straight in the eyes and he goes, Max, I'm going to do this. Where do we start? And I said, put Brian to work. Let's start building the Deception song. I'll get Steve Miller to come in and be a part of this. And, you know, Steve Miller, the rock star, was going to be a part of this. And do you know about that?
No.
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you that now. Now that's
All right.
that's really going to force you. It's actually out. There's a couple of places out there where I've started to tell this story, but it's a
Okay.
fucking.
I'm gonna write this down as a note.
Oh, it's a great one. But Steve Miller was going to come on and be my attorney, and we were going to be the ones to expose that Jeff Jarrett was singing.
Oh, all right.
Was lip syncing, and then Brian and I had this band, and I recorded this album called Living Insanity, and we were going to play live at WrestleMania 11 in Hartford. And
I was at that WrestleMania.
And it all fell apart. And it is the tragedy of my life. Vince believed in me, but every single person that, you know, there's an old saying, you can believe in your dream till the cows come home, but you can never make anybody else believe in your dream the way you believe in your dream. And I trusted a lot of people that, you know, told me that if I took care of them, if I did this for them, they would be there for me and they would honor this. And, oh, Max, we'll do this together. And, you know, as soon as Brian got his job in New York, Max who? Brian never gives me any credit to this day. And that's okay. You know, he did great on his own. He didn't need me. You know, once he got there, he was so talented. He didn't need me. There's a lot of behind the scenes shit that went down. We'll talk about it. It you know, ad nauseum, if you'd like.
Yeah,
no,
I would love to.
We're gonna have to when we
we're gonna fill out the time.
We'll call it. Let's think. I've already got you. Oh, it's one of those ones that ain't gonna come out either. Bastard. I've already got a name for it. The Maxathon.
The Max. All right, we'll write this down. The Maxathon.
The Maxathon. So we'll do the Maxathon, and I'll tell my whole fucking story, dude, up from beginning to end.
All right, yeah, that'd be great. I would love that.
And the reason I'd like to do that would be good for me because then that way chronologically my whole life would be in one place, and I can start. You know, I can put that into Chat GPT and start putting my book together.
Yeah.
You know,
we can make clips of it and stuff. Yeah.
And I have a lot of fucking fun detail that I can't wait to tell you about. Like, one of my favorite things I always tell people is I was born and raised in a mental hospital. So my the whole crazy insanity heavy metal fucking guy thing it comes from reality, because my mother was the head attendant of the geriatric unit at the Utah State Mental Hospital from the time I was born until I was 15 years old. And so I grew up and I was like an only child because I was in OOPS by 12 years. And so by the time I was 4 years old, all my brothers had moved out of the house and my mother had no place to take me a lot of times. And so she would take me to work with her. And she taught me the ropes of looking after people who were living in a mental hospital. And so that's a great place to start. You know, it's a great way for me to explain a lot about my childhood and where Living Insanity comes from, and, you know, the whole thing. And, you know, just by the time Vince really fucking believed in me, he really did. And it was Shawn Michaels and it was fucking Nash and Hall. You know, I'll never forget. This is how I knew I was in trouble, is when I was walking off the stage, and you'll see the great thing about what I'm saying is when my movie comes out, videotape doesn't lie.
Mm-hmm.
And the Germans have this really, really great thing they do when they love you and they want you to fucking, their way of chanting an encore is they chant "Zu ga ben." It's 2 words, actually. And they chant "Zu ga ben." "Do God bend," and basically what they're saying is, "Do it again, do
Okay.
it again." And so they fucking chant this, man. When they love you, I'm getting goosebumps because I'll never forget the first time I played in front of 18,000 people. I was wrestling the Warlord, and I played my guitar in front of 18,000 people, and I played. And when I turned my guitar down, there was this moment of delay where nothing happened. There was complete silence. And I went, "Oh, fuck, they hated this." And all of a sudden, the fucking building exploded into that chant. And I went, "Oh my God, wow." To feel that, that energy was amazing. And when Vince, so this kind of ties into what we're talking about with the thing that should not be. The reason I took the video camera with me, because I wanted Vince to see that if he would just not give up on, because Jim Johnston didn't like me. He hated me because I could play. So I'm obviously now I'm a threat to the fucking musical fucking power. Think about it. So now I'm a threat to Jim Johnston. I'm a threat to Kevin Nash and fucking Scott Hall, because if I play the guitar, that's one thing that nobody else can do. So if that shit gets over, and I mean really the fuck over, what are they going to do? And I will never forget, I was walking out. It was, I believe it was Zurich, Switzerland. It was the last time I played in front of a crowd. And I was first of the night. I'll tell you the whole story behind this, but it was the last time I ever played. And Kevin was standing there watching me. And as I walked out of the arena with the crowd chanting Zugabend in the background behind me, Kevin, I walked by Kevin and he goes, "Yeah, that shit's never going to work, Max." And I said, "Excuse me, Kevin?" I said, "Am I hearing something different than what you're hearing? Because if you don't know what that means, they're chanting, 'Do it again.' They're not chanting, 'Get the fuck off the stage.'" And I knew right then. And I really made that videotape as a way to save my job with Vince. But I never got a chance to show Vince because I was already fired. Actually, I was already fired prior to that show. They only let me go out of absolute necessity. They'd already changed the programs and everything. And it was called the Full Metal Tour. They weren't going to let me play had it not been for the horseplay of Owen Hart and Louis Muccioli in the backstage. And Owen Hart sprayed Louis in the eye with cologne. And I went to Tony Gurria because they were going to do fucking battle royals for the rest of the tour, because Louis' eyes were swollen shut. Something was in the cologne that he was allergic to, and his eyes swelled shut and he couldn't see. And I went to fucking Tony and I said, "Tony, you do realize I'm the only guy in the wrestling business that can give you 15 minutes without an opponent." And he looked at me and he goes, "What do you mean, Max?" I go, "Why don't you let me go out there and play every night for the rest of the tour? That's what I'm here for. That's what the tour is called, the fucking Full Metal Tour for. Why don't you let me go play and show you how the fucking crowd reacts to that?" And he goes, "I'll be right back." Guess where he was going? To call Vince. He comes back and he goes, "Max, you're on." And so they let me play 5 or 6 times. And you know what's weird about that, Neal? That is the only time. Here's what's amazing about my guitar gimmick. Even in the WCW, the number of odd times that they allowed me to play in front of a crowd is at the most. Now, this is WCW and the WWF, is 8 times total that they ever let me stand in front of an audience and play guitar.
Why do you think that is? Just,
so I have my own ideas, and it would be easy. It's always nice to have somebody else to spout those ideas for you, because you sound like an egotistical fucking lunatic. Because I didn't go anywhere in the wrestling business, and I have one pockmark on me, which is the night of living hell in Madison Square Gardens when I played and I knew I shouldn't, and it was a fucking abysmal failure because they wouldn't listen to me. They made me go out and play, and I should have just said, fuck you. I am not going out and playing in front of this crowd without the right equipment and the right people helping me do this the right fucking way. And I didn't, and it cost me. It was the biggest fucking mistake I ever made. The biggest fucking mistake I ever made. And that's what I'm saying. I made 3 or 4 big fucking mistakes, and I hoped that this movie and Vince seeing the crowds cheering for me would reinvigorate his faith in me and give me the chance to go out there and prove to the wrestling audience that, all I ever really wanted to be, by the end of my career, by the time I was at that point, god damn, man, I had amateur wrestled my whole life. I had fucking pro wrestled for fucking 11, 13 years. I'd worked my balls off fucking trying to get over the fucking hump. I was really tired of. I just had dual inguinal hernia surgery. I was really, really at the point in my life where I wanted to be done as a wrestler and just be a behind the scenes guy. And actually, Bruce Pritchard made fun of me publicly for that. Wow, isn't that unusual, Bruce? You mean to tell me Max wanted to work behind the scenes of the wrestling business? How unoriginal, how ironic. You mean a wrestler actually working behind the scenes of the wrestling business? How could that ever be? But I had Jim Johnston against me. I had the Clique against me. And then in the end, when Steve Miller turned his back on me, I had Steve Miller against me. And, every single cog that could fall against me, and I'll tell you the story. And to prove it all, if that's not enough, I had my tag team partner that I loved and admired the most in my life against me as well, Mick Foley.
Really? Well, what did Mick Foley do against you?
Again, gonna have to be part of the Maxathon.
All right, yeah, I'll write this down.
Because Mick Foley,
because usually people, only say nice things.
Oh, Mick Foley, don't get me wrong. I don't hate Mick Foley.
Right.
I'm just sad that for whatever reason we've never reestablished our friendship, because I hold no animosity against him for him and what he did. I just have always been brokenhearted that we didn't get over it. When he finally called me. And the great part about the story that I'm about to tell you, and when I tell it to you, I will give you the link and you can put it on your show.
All right,
he went on Jimmy Kimmel to try and destroy me and expose me as a liar that I didn't know Steve Miller.
Uh-huh.
And I'll let the rest of the fucking, I'll let the Jimmy Kimmel video prove to you the story I'm telling you is the truth. Because I got the video from the Jimmy Kimmel show from Mick Foley.
All right, yeah.
So that was Mick Foley's way of apologizing to me, but that was the end of our relationship. And our relationship obviously ended long before that, when he chose Kevin Sullivan and as his new partner and left me blindly in WCW. But so I had Mick Foley, who was against me, and who was I thought he was one of my best friends in the world.
I was a big fan of your team, honestly, because I was always a big Cactus Jack fan, and I've always been a big fan of yours. So I thought that team was great, because I liked the real physical guys, and you guys together, I thought were a great team.
Dude, honestly, when Mick came to me and said we were done, I can honestly tell you, there's not a moment in my life that I was more devastated, because I agreed with you. I agree with you. I thought I thought we were untouched as a tag team. I think we could have gone on as champions and had baby faces or heels chasing us nonstop, fucking baby faces chasing us nonstop. That's the great thing about who we were. We could have fucking wrestled against baby faces. We could have wrestled against heels. We could have done anything. We could have used my guitar, but nobody. I'll tell you, I'm going to summarize what happened, Neal. We were in a van. Mick and I were in a van. We got a ride with Greg Gagne, Mike Graham, and Bill Dundee from for God's sake, Mardi Gras City. Sorry.
New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans. Sorry.
Yeah.
So we were in New Orleans and we were going to St. Charles, and there's a bridge. There's a road that's a bridge. Actually, it's considered one of the longest bridges in the world. It goes from New Orleans to St. Charles. And Mick and I needed a ride. We didn't have my car with me at the time. For whatever reason, we needed a ride. And so the office offered to take Mick and I. And we were Mick and I were sitting in the back seat, and Bill Dundee was somehow positioned. I think Gagne was in the back asleep. And I think Dundee was in the passenger seat. And he started talking to us. And he looked at Mick and I. I can't wait for Mick to confirm this story, because I know he'll tell it exactly the same way. He'll have more detail of it too, because he didn't smoke dope, so he'll have better memories of the exact. But I'm pretty sure those were the three guys that were in the van. And Bill Dundee's the one who said this. And he looked at Mick and I, and we were talking about how we thought things were going, and that we could get over as baby faces like a motherfucker against the Nasty Boys. And Bill Dundee looked at Mick and I in the eyes and said, "How do you two fat, ugly motherfuckers ever think that you could ever get over as baby faces?" And Mick and I looked at each other and said, "Well, guess that summarizes our push in WCW, doesn't it?" And, the WCW just, and then the problem was Mick fell away from me for a reason that had nothing to do with wrestling. And when you hear the fucking Steve Miller story.
Oh, see, I thought maybe it was over the Nasty Boys match.
No, it wasn't. Okay. It was over a story that nobody even knows about. And people now are starting to hear about it. And like one of my guys, in fact, the guy that's making my movie saw Mick not too long ago and asked him about it, and Mick confirmed the story. So he can't deny it. He sent me the videotape of him on Jimmy Kimmel. So I'll tell you the preset to it, and you watch the Jimmy Kimmel story, and then you decide for yourself whether I'm full of shit or not.
All right.
So, it just, my world fell apart, and there was nothing I could do about it. I had 4 children at home that were growing up without me, Mm-hmm. I was gone all the fucking time, and they were getting ready to start, walking across. I had a son that was like 14 or 15, and then I had young ones that were, were going to start graduating from grade school. And I made a decision. I just said, you know what? I have been chasing this fucking thing like a madman, and for whatever reason, the world of karma is just not in my pocket. It's just not with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go raise my family and do the right thing and watch my children walk across the stage when they graduate from high school. And that's what I did.
Which is obviously that's great, and I commend that. But at the same time, I do have to ask, like, because after you leave wrestling, it's the Attitude Era, it's the Monday Night Wars. So when you know that's like going on a few years later, was that hard to deal with? Just like because wrestling really blows up, in the mid to late 80s.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have fit in with the NWO at all.
You really would have fit in. Honestly, I think you really would have fit in with ECW. I know it's not. It didn't have the.
But
the
think
level,
about
really
the irony is the NWO, their T-shirts. The guy that made the NWO T-shirts was the guy that made all my Maxx Payne T-shirts.
Oh, really?
I wrote a 1-800 number on my shirt one time, and I know damn good and well Eric Bischoff wrote that fucking number down. And fucking one day he fucking called the guy. His guy's name was something McMichael. Like, he was out of Chicago, and he owned a company called Fashion Victim. And I loved him. He fucking made me. He made me tons and tons of shirts and gave me all kinds of Fashion Victim paraphernalia, skeleton shit and rings and caskets and just fucking. I still have this thing called Art Deco, this skeleton that's dressed up like
nice. Yeah.
It's just really fucking awesome. And it just and so that's the kind of irony I always felt. I mean, who would have been more perfect than to have written a fucking badass heavy metal and be the anthem for the fucking NWO?
Oh yeah,
and be the one to play it when they were fucking coming out. Fucking throw a spotlight on me over here playing fucking a badass NWO fucking. But they couldn't do it. They couldn't see that in me. They just could not. They could not give me a push. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall hated me so fucking bad, they could not give me a push. And Scott Hall was so vicious to me behind the scenes, told people I stank and I never showered. And anybody who really knew me fucking knew I was like one of the fucking, I had 70 bottles of cologne. I was a neurotic cleanliness guy, because that's one of the things in the wrestling business people talk about all the time. And one time I had a t-shirt on that the ink in the shirt was brand new. Mm-hmm. And I knew it was bad. And it was ink, not sweat. It didn't smell like sweat. It was ink.
Yeah.
Ink smell. And he sat in a dressing room in front of me. Actually, he didn't know I was there. I was in a bathroom with the door shut. It was, it's one of those fucking scenes you play in your mind and sit in front of people and tell everybody how fucking much I stank. And I heard Eric Bischoff say that publicly, that I smelled like 300 yards of garbage one day. And that's the kind of shit that they just did to me. I was like the guy it was like the fat kid they could pick on, it's like, yeah, we'll get rid of this fucker. He'll be nothing. And instead, and this is the part I never understood, why wouldn't you want to make the money? Why wouldn't you want to?
Because if you build up somebody else, it's someone you can make money with. You can wrestle with.
That just shows you why wouldn't you want to build a guy that really doesn't? I mean, can you imagine? I mean, the other part is, if you watch me and Vader's match, I've watched it. We had a couple matches on WCW Saturday night. They're fucking awesome. Fucking Leon.
Yeah. Another big. I'm a huge fan of Vader. But honestly, like that whole era of WCW, there's just a lot of really physical guys that I enjoy. The Steiners were starting to do like the stiff clotheslines and the throw suplexes. That's the kind of stuff that I really like.
Yeah, I would love to work with fucking Scott and Rick. I wrestled Rick in college. He went to the University of Michigan. I went to Iowa State. We were there the same year. Most people don't know this. Their actual name is Rick Steiner. and his real name is Scott Rick Steiner, and his name's Rob Rick Steiner. And then when they went to the wrestling business, they just, cut the names down to, Rick Steiner and Scott Steiner, and which, that's great. Their names were great, but
it's so weird. They call his son Breaker, but they acknowledge that he's one of the Stein. So I'm just like, I don't really understand the point of it.
I don't know that. I guess I don't know that background.
Yeah. He's currently there. They call him Braun Breaker, but they acknowledge that he's, Rick Steiner's son. So I don't really quite, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But they did the same thing with Kurt Hennig's son. They called him something McGillicuddy, but they would tell you that he was, the son of Mr. Perfect and the grandson of Larry the Axe Hennig. And I was just thought, well, why tell us that if you change his name? I don't like, what is the point,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I actually met Kurt's son at a convention, and I went up to him and told him how much I loved his pops. I said, I know this don't mean much to you, but I just want you to know I knew your dad, and he was one hell of a motherfucker, and I feel very privileged to have known Kurt. I feel very privileged to have known Rick Rude. I feel very, very privileged to have had those guys consider me friends. And Rude's a classic example. Like, Rip got me my job in WCW. Well, Rude got me my job in WWF. I've given him credit for it on every occasion. When the WCW fired me, Rude called me and goes, dude, is that true? I just heard fucking locker room, they fired you. I said, yeah. He goes, I'll be at your house in 5 minutes. I said, okay. He fucking come to my house. He fucking picked up my landline, fucking dialed him. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm calling Vince.
That's awesome.
Within 30 seconds, he had fucking Vince McMahon on the phone. He said, Vince, I got a guy here I want you to talk to. I know you know who he is. It's Maxx Payne. Here you go, Max. And fuck, the rest is history. And it was all because of Rude, man.
And Rude, somebody people always say is like legit one of the toughest people in wrestling.
Oh, wait till you see. That's just it. I mean, when I tell you the story about the B bus, when I tell you the story about why they called me, why Rude's the one that gave me the name Max Guyver. I was, because I grew up a mechanic. That's part of the story. Is I start telling you my life story and you find out who I was.
I assume it's like the show Guyver. So.
I started, my brothers were all from the era of the muscle cars. So I grew up in the fucking 426 Hemi, the real 426 Hemi era, the era of the, Dodge Charger with a 1969 Dodge Charger with a 426 Hemi in it, or a Dodge Challenger or Barracuda with a 426 Hemi in it, or a 440 with 3 deuces or whatever, And I got to tell you, man, when I was, from the time I was 3 fucking years old, I watched my brothers and my father mechanic. And so I loved it from the time I was born. And so that was an integral part of who I was, who I am today, actually. The network I'm on now, I'm going to start doing a show very soon called From the Bench, where I just love fixing shit and building shit, and especially guitars, anything to do with guitars. And once I get my studio put back together and I can start doing that stuff again, I'm going to get that show going as well. But that's the background I came from. And guys like fucking Rude and Hennig, man, they all came from the logging industry. They came from.
I went to the same high school too.
Yeah, they came from Minnesota, man, and I grew up, even though I was born and raised in Utah. All my brothers moved to Eureka, California, which is in the heart of the Redwoods, the Emerald Triangle, also, and moved to Northern California, and all of them worked in the fucking lumber mills there. So all my life was consumed by, the logger mentality. And my oldest brother was a machinist. Actually, my oldest brother was a machinist. The brother right next to me was a machinist, and my two other brothers, they just, worked in the mill, pulling green chain or whatever and doing that kind of shit. So I grew up in a logging family, So, when you say, and I'm Scandinavian, I'm Scandinavian. So, most of Minnesota is Scandinavian, and so is Utah, where I was born and raised. They're the same thing. It was very Scandinavian, and so that's just the nature that it was so funny. It's so fucking tribal. Like Hennig, the minute I met Kirk, I was just like, holy fuck. We were just instantly friends. I got a great fucking story that I can't wait to tell about him.
That's honestly one of my favorite guys was Kurt Hennig.
Oh man, the first time I met him, I was in Memphis, and he'd come in to he came in to rule the roost. He came in for a big show because he was AWA champion. They came in, he did a big show with Lawler, and he ended up staying in the hotel we were because he wanted to party with us. And we had this night that he laughed about with me for the rest of his life. Every time we ever got together, we laughed about fucking teaching this young boy a lesson. And it was a good rib, man. It was a great guy. And Rude the same way. Rude, man, like when I tell you the story about the B bus, man, Rude and I, we just hit it off at a level that was, I just was lucky. Because I came from my father worked in a steel mill for 33 years, never missed a sick day. And all my brothers worked in fucking logging mills, and so lumber mills. And so, I came from a union, fucking hardworking, back breaking, you earn every fucking dime that passes through your hands family. And, there's something about that genre of genetics that's unspoken. You don't even have to think about it. And Hennig and Rude and our friendship was that kind of friendship, and it just, I mean, how could it be that to me, I don't have to bullshit nobody. The motherfucker came to my house and called Vince McMahon on the phone for me and got me a job in fucking 2 minutes. So if that doesn't speak volumes about the relationship he and I had, I don't know what else to say, and that's why, it's so funny. I heard fucking Eric Watts talking about Rick Rude and how badass Eric Watts thinks he is, and about how he could fucking, how he could take.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, oh my God. I'm going to see Eric one day and I'm going to say to him, Eric, dude, Eric, I really love you, man. And I did the road with Eric, but do you not know that anybody who knows Rude and knows you knows how fucking full of shit you are, dude?
Yeah, fucking, I mean, anybody I've ever known, that's like one of him and like Road Warrior Hawk and Haku or something.
Oh,
like, those boys like the top guys. Yeah.
Mike Hegstrand's another one, man. I mean, he and I fucking, the minute I met fucking Hawk, the minute I met him, we were just instantly friends. I met him in Germany the first time, and he came to my trailer to partake in my party favors because I was the only guy there that's fucking smoked dope. And so he came to my trailer and we smoked hash out of a Coke can and in my trailer at the fucking behind Bremen, Germany. And that's just kind of shit that, when you have that kind of, whoa, what a rush.
Yeah, literally.
When you have him in your life, he and I were just, when I heard he died, it's just like Rude and Hennig and all those guys, man, they all fucking left way too early, way too fucking early. I wish they were around still.
Yeah, I just turned 50, so it's weird when I read about, because I remember when Rick Rude died, and I was younger at the time, so I think of him as an older guy, but then I see like, oh wow, he died way younger than I am now. So it's weird to think about.
I'll be honest with you, brother. I mean this. I'm going to turn 65 this year, and every year I lived after 40 years old, I'm shocked that every day I'm still alive because I lived that fucking life, man. I lived wide fucking open. I have it tattooed on my body. It was on all my fucking clothing. I lived wide fucking open my whole life. And, you know, I look now at how I've made it this far, and all I can do is fucking every morning when I open my eyes and I'm still here, I thank the fucking good Lord that I'm still here and that I can share this story. And, you know, I hope that, I really am one of the people that really believe this. You can give somebody all of the material wealth that you can imagine, and they'll never remember you. But they'll never forget the way you make them feel. And I've tried my whole life to be that guy. And I've given a lot of material wealth away. I tell you right now, I have given Brian James. If he was sitting right here, I'd fucking say, really, Brian? Really? You want to go down that road? He wouldn't go down that road. I know him too well. He wouldn't do that to me because he knows what I gave him. You know, I fucking carried him for fucking many, many a months. And I got him hooked up with our manager and took him to New York. And, you know, when you give and you give and you give to somebody, and then I remember the great line from Field of Dreams. Is that why you did it, Max? You know, is that why you did it? Is that why you want something in return? Are you hoping that you get paid back? You know? And the answer is probably yeah. I dreamed that they wanted to be a part of my life as badly as I wanted to be a part of their lives. But when push came to shove, once again, my dreams wasn't their dreams. And when all of that went away, it was easy to walk away from me. And you know what? I feel good. I don't have to hang my head on shit. You know, I know what I did for people. I know what I did for the people I loved and cared about. And I would do it again. So.
We'll save the rest for the Maxathon.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think that would be a good way.
Well, we only scratched the fucking surface, dude.
Yeah. But I don't. I would like to do that. I think that'd be great. Start at the beginning and go all the way through.
Plus, it'll give you a chance to build it, advertise it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's
do it. People sending questions. We'll save them for that. That'd be great.
I know. If you want to do some questions right now, let's do a few questions because if you got people asking questions, let's answer a few.
Yeah, let's see here. Well, I mean, you did go this one, John Reddy, the dojo. Well, you just kind of briefly. What was the dojo like with Benoit?
You know, that's one of those stories. That's why I'm really excited to do this, the Maxathon with you, is because, you know, I met. Oh my God, man, I hate getting old. It sucks. The little Japanese manager from the WWF. Fuck. That's right.
Mr. Fuji?
No. Newer.
The one that the guy was choppy P.
Oh, for God's sakes. Anyway.
The guy with tie and tie?
Where's glasses? Oh, fuck. I'll think of it.
All right.
I went to him and he actually came to me at this. We were at a convention and he said, Max, you know, I work with New Japan and I know about you there. And I'm with Ultimo Dragon, which don't forget the Ultimo Dragon story for New Japan is huge.
Yeah,
so make sure I tell you that story when I go into the New Japan fucking part of the story. He said, he goes, you need to write a book. And I said, yeah, I do. He goes, no, just about the dojo alone. He goes, do you realize? He goes, he said, how many guys, let's just do it this way. How many guys do you think have gone through the Japanese dojo. In the history of the Japanese New Japan dojo, how many guys do you think have successfully navigated the Japanese dojo? And I go, oh my God, I don't know. And he had a number. It was like 270 or something like that from the time it began till then. He said, how many Americans do you think successfully navigated the Japanese dojo? And I'm like, wow. Well, Chris, bad news, but bad news wasn't American. Bad news was Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
And technically Chris was Canadian, but Chris is, by the end, he was living in Atlanta, and I think he had a dual citizenship by then. So even then, Chris, bad news. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Chris, bad news. Brian Adams went there, was only there for a couple of weeks, didn't stay. He didn't do what Chris and I did, which was live there and go through the whole system for the whole time and learn wrestling the hard way like we did. And so did Too Cold Scorpio. And I think Pat Tanaka went there, and they all went there for very brief periods of time and couldn't deal with it and left. And Chris Benoit and I believe, and bad news, are the only three gaijins that ever made it through the Japanese dojo from beginning to end. He said, do you realize what that means? He goes, yeah. And he goes, and you're the only one left alive.
Wow.
I went, fuck. So here's what I got to say about the Japanese dojo. You asked that question because anybody who asks that question has no choice but to romanticize it.
Mm-hmm.
Because every wrestler on fucking planet Earth thinks they could fucking do it and would do it. But I'm here to fucking tell you, I was an amateur wrestler, and I've done a lot of fucking hard shit in my life. Really hard shit in my life. And the New Japan Pro Wrestling Dojo was, without a doubt, the hardest thing I ever did. It was fucking awesome, beyond reproach. I've got great fucking memories of it. I had my head on the apron of a ring for some of the greatest matches in wrestling history. You know, Chris and I, I've got a picture of Chris and I. I'll make sure I'll try and set it. Let's set it up. I've got pictures on the phone so that when we start doing the marathon,
them up. Yeah.
I'll send you pictures, you know, as we're talking, and I find a picture that goes with that moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I got to tell you, man, the amazing memory of going through the Japanese dojo system is beyond belief. And I have to pinch myself all the time because I don't believe it happened. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, no, it's a great answer. Ibzan, thoughts on WWF Raw on the Roof? He was in the centerfold picture with Vince and the talent in the September 1995 WWF magazine issue.
What's that?
I think that was the opening of Raw at the beginning when like they were on the rooftop.
I don't know that, so forgive me. I just know that when Raw started, they couldn't draw flies. When Raw first began, they started Raw because they were trying to fucking figure out how to dig themselves out of the way of the Hogan disaster. Mm-hmm. So, when I was there in '94, at the end of '94 and '95, man, we were wrestling in fucking high school gyms, and
I remember that.
Oh, it was fucking horrible, dude. It's fucking horrible.
I remember sometimes you'd see like the basketball hoop.
Yeah, no shit, of basketball standards, right? No, it was fucking horrible. So yeah, I don't have great memories of Raw and being in the WWF at that time. It was bad time in WWF when I was there. That's why I was so, you know, I just missed every era in the wrestling business. I was too far ahead of my time,
yeah, you're getting like at the end of like the territory run, they're starting to like dry up, and then before the Attitude Era and the Monday Night Wars, I guess. I saw you live actually during that era at the Cape Cod Melody Tent. You wrestled Bob Backlund.
Was that in Boston?
It was on Cape Cod, so it was in Hyannis.
Was it horrible?
I no offense, Max, but it was it was not good because you guys actually never locked up. Bob Backlund, like he stood outside.
Like, he ran. Crowd. Yeah, he ran. It was that's the whole Bob Backlund thing. You want to talk about that again? It was like a fucking rib. The whole putting me with Bob Backlund was like, well, what the? Honestly, that came from the Click. That was the Click that did that. That was the rib. We're gonna put Max with the worst fucking guy because Vince
it was beyond Clash of Styles. It was
and it was horrible. And Bob didn't do good interviews. Man, they needed to put me with somebody that would have with some respect, and they weren't going to do it. Man, the Click was too hardcore. That's a good determiner right there of what they thought of me, right there. Put me with Backlund. So.
Let's see. Ibzan, why was Raw in a high school gym? I mean, it just wasn't. I guess they couldn't do better. So I doubt we really want to do the gym,
Well, the reason it was in high school gyms is because they couldn't fucking fill an arena that held 2,000 people.
Yeah, it wasn't man, we can either do MSG or the high school gym.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no. The reason they were doing high school gyms is because they needed to do a building. So Vince is a lot. I got to give him credit. Orson Welles. I studied film in college, and Orson Welles was the master of deceiving you into believing you were in a big space. And that's what Vince was good at. He just immediately shifted gears because they couldn't fill a fucking 200, they couldn't fill a 600 seat fucking basketball gym in fucking, Worcester, Massachusetts. It was that bad.
Yeah.
People don't realize that the Hogan era, the end of the Hogan era, fucking killed the business. It was dead, fucking graveyard dead. And they were trying desperately to figure out how the fuck to get it back. And I'll tell you what, it was no better in the WCW. I remember we wrestled in the Omni one night. It was the last time we wrestled in the Omni. And I'll bet you there wasn't 300 fucking people in the Omni for WCW main event show. And I think it had Dusty, and I'm telling you, and you can't hide in the Omni. You couldn't hide the empty seats and the empty bleachers. The reason they were doing high school gyms is because if you put 500 people in a high school gym, you can make it look like there's 10,000 people in an arena.
Yeah.
And so, you can maybe not 10,000, but you can make it look like a big fucking house by making it black beyond the people. And that's what they did. And so perception is reality. And so
there's a better atmosphere if it's a small crowd, even if it's a very small crowd, but there's people there as opposed to like a big empty place with.
Because the fucking 500 people in a fucking building that holds 18,000 people, I don't care how loud they cheer.
Right.
It sounds fucking empty.
Yeah.
So that's the reason for the high school gym. So these are obviously young folks who are going, what? Raw sells out arenas all over the United States. Yeah, it does now, but it wasn't in 1995, man. I'm here to fucking tell you. If you don't believe me, go look it up. You'll see I'm telling you the truth.
I remember the time because it was also cheap to get wrestling tickets, and then
they gave them away.
And I got
and at times they couldn't give them away.
Right. I actually got I mentioned this before you came. I got an invitation in the mail to go to one of the Royal Rumbles. It wasn't free, but it was like really inexpensive. And our family went to the Royal Rumble '94. But then I was used to not paying a ton for wrestling tickets, And then WrestleMania 14, that's the one where Austin wins the title. I got up early and I called up to get the tickets. I was like, "Oh, can I get 4 tickets?" And like, "Oh, do you how are you going to pay for it?" I was like, "Credit card." And like, "That'll be 2,000." I was like, "Wait a minute, no, no." I'm like 19 or something. I'm not paying $2,000 for wrestling tickets. Like, do you have something a little cheaper? So it was like, it was that just like a couple years apart that things like, started to
Yeah,
go
when
in
I
the
yeah, exactly. And there was an era in there where the 500 seat arena gyms, they couldn't fill them. There was that era was so bad that they Shawn Michaels and fucking even Taker. I mean,
yeah.
nobody could fucking draw flies. I mean, because you got to understand that the pervasive attitude that happened after Hogan went on Arsenio Hall, everybody just went, "Oh, fuck you. That's such bullshit,"
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened. And so, everybody just gave up.
Again, like you really, not just because you're here, but because that was like, the Monday Night Wars. It's like the rise of the anti-hero too. And you were talking like, Superstar Bill Dundee, I think it was, said that like you guys can't be baby faces, but that's who were baby faces a few years later.
I know
Cactus Jack is like one of the most popular guys ever. A few years
no,
later.
exactly. That's why both of us, man, we both so badly wanted to fucking prove him wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was so heartbroken when Mick left me. I'm like, man, because after Chicago, we were on top of the fucking world. I mean, we really could have came back for fucking the next challenge and really fucking, we could have really came back and had another match after that. We could have honestly, we could have gone to every pay-per-view after that for the next 2 years, chasing the Nasty Boys for the title.
And I thought that's like one of my favorite matches of that era. Like,
I just was always I was like I said, that was one of my most crushing moments in the wrestling business. There's no way around it.
Yeah. And then, because like, what people would think of as like the good guy, like that became like no one would cheer for like the goody guy. Like,
right.
A couple years later, they wanted like the guy dressed in black and,
Well, and that's exactly what both Mick and I do. Remember, I think we said something along this lines. We said, maybe Bill, the fucking era of fucking K&H fucking tights and pink fucking patent leather boot baby faces is over, and fucking bleach blonde or black number one hair is over.
Yeah. You'd be the opposite. You'd be people booing you. It's like this.
Right. That's
even
why
when
the
I
Road
was
Warriors,
a kid.
that's why the Road Warriors got over so big.
Oh yeah.
Everybody was so fucking tired of fucking Ric Flair and fucking all the baby faces, come out there and Dudley Do-Right looking fuckers. They wanted the fucking nasty ass bastards that fucking they look to as superheroes, and that's why the fucking whole era that followed was so successful. And I am sad I didn't get to be a part of that. I really am.
Even as a kid, like I personally hated like the real goody guys, because I rooted for most of the heels, and then a bit later it's like those guys were the people that became Steve Austin and
yeah, but then it's easy to fucking. But then they're not heels, are they?
No, then they're the baby. Yeah,
but then they're not baby faces either. That's the great thing. Then they are, and that's what's so great. That's when the lines get blurred, and that's when the shit got really interesting. When those lines get that blurred, that's when the shit was on fire. Yeah, and that's why it was so successful, because the wrestling business didn't listen to fucking assholes like Bill Dundee. They listened to guys like Hogan, and quite honestly, fucking Nash and Hall. Those guys were really fucking smart, and they knew what they were doing. And the whole thing that happened in Madison Square Garden, where they exposed the business that night. It's just one of those moments in wrestling history that will forever stand out, because the lines, the kayfabe was officially dead. At that moment in time, it just hadn't been spoken like Unreal has spoken it. Unreal has now completely spoken that kayfabe is dead and buried.
Yeah, it's really strange because like I never really, but I always like knew wrestling was whatever it is. It didn't bother me.
Yeah.
Like if I watch a movie, I don't think like a dragon's eating somebody or whatever. I don't. It doesn't matter.
It's called the
but,
willing. It's called the willing suspense of disbelief.
Yeah,
You
but
go.
they
You
don't
sit
tell
down.
you on the movie you're watching. Like the guy doesn't just say, "Hey, I'm an actor. I'm not really getting eaten by the zombie."
Yeah. Well, by the
So
way,
it is weird.
Yeah, and that's what I preached that from the beginning. I sat in Vince's office and said, until that was the whole point behind my movie, was I think what's happening behind the curtain is more interesting than what's happening in front of the curtain. And now Triple H is doing that. Now the lines are so blurred. And by doing that, the genius of that is by doing that is the swerve possibilities are now endless because you can constantly swerve everybody because you're never going to know what's true and what isn't.
Yeah, because like I know like recently it's CM Punk and Roman Reigns, and people are like, oh, he really is mad because he said he was old, and I'm like, well, maybe, but like I'm sure but yeah,
Listen,
it's just it's a new way to
just
work
remember
people,
just remember one thing, wrestling fans. I know you may not want to hear this, but enjoy your heels, enjoy your baby faces. But I know it hurts to find out that Santa Claus isn't real and that the Easter Bunny's not coming, but wrestling, it's not real. It's a work. And once you accept that, now you can sit down in the chair and you can go, okay, entertainment.
Yeah, and you can still get into it,
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I get into books or whatever,
See, that's the problem wrestling has now. All wrestling has to do now is some longevity, and all of that will be forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a whole idea and philosophy that I'm going to talk a lot about on my show, that I think that the future, what does the wrestling future look like? Because until the problem wrestling has now is there's no training ground for professional wrestling, except for guys out there trying to fucking scam people and make money, trying to teach them how to be wrestlers. And there's got to be a new way. And I won't go into it right now, but I have a philosophy of what the next level of professional wrestling looks like, because I believe that someday in the future, professional wrestling could actually be a part of the Olympics.
Interesting. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, it would be like
what's the difference between
ice skating or
I was
something?
just gonna say, what's the difference between ice skating and wrestling?
Yeah.
Every single move of your finger is choreographed from beginning to end, and it's all based on whether you believe in the fucking baby faces or the heels, and So to me, the future, that's the kind of future that wrestling has to decide. And until wrestling does that, then there will be a new place for them to draw talent from, because right now there is no place to draw talent from, so the old territories are dead, and that style of wrestling business is long gone. So how do you create wrestlers that are have been doing it for lots of years and understand the business? And I had a great wrestler tell me once that it takes 10 years for you to even understand 1/10 of what you need to understand to be a good wrestler. And that's an absolute fucking truth.
I mean, yeah, if you look at like anybody, everyone had by the time they get to WWF, they had been wrestling, they had a long career before they got there.
For years, yeah.
And now it's like they come from NXT or something, but you can learn, like, I think, moves, but I don't think you really, I mean, I've never been a wrestler, but at the same time, I don't think you learn how to actually work in front of a crowd and get the psychology in this. Yeah.
Learning the psychology and being able to do it on the fly, that's the key. And how do you do that when now they're not even doing house shows? Now they're going to fucking quit doing house
shows. I've heard a lot of, something I didn't think too much about when they stopped doing house shows, but so many like veteran wrestlers say that really hurts guys progressing.
Oh,
Is,
what do you get? How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? You can't, that's what I'm saying. And I have a solution for it. I really do. I've got a logical solution for it. But, we'll see. And one of the reasons I want to profess it, because I again, I'm proud of the thing that should not be. It was 30 years ahead of its time. And so, I'm going to be another 30 years ahead of my time. It's when I tell you my story. So,
all right. Tyler, ask him about what cycle he was doing when he was with McMahon. I don't know if he means like a steroid cycle or just like the travel cycle.
In case you didn't look at me, I was just a fucking fat bastard.
I should laugh at that.
I'm naturally, I'm still right now. I'm way overweight, but even if I get down, I mean, I got down to under 300 pounds, and I was fucking getting skinny at 300 pounds. I'm naturally, I'll tell you a story. It's so great. When I was in Europe, literally, we had an undertaker that would sell us drugs and steroids, Valiums, pain pills, whatever we wanted. We just put this fucking order, write down a piece of paper, and every Friday the undertaker would come around and pick up all of our orders, and he would come back and he would sell us the drugs that he paid for them at his price at the fucking at the drugstore. So it was cheap. So as you can imagine, every fucking drug addicted wrestler had fucking, like Willy Wonka size candy jars of fucking drugs in their fucking, and the guys who were doing the gas, Jesus Christ, they all were fucking doing Stanozol direct from Russia because the shit was coming directly from, we were in Austria, for Christ's sakes. So, the steroids were, just fucking ridiculous. So I started doing a cycle of the gas, and I got big, really fucking big. And I mean, I was probably 390.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Tony St. Clair come to me, and he fucking looked me in the eyes one day, and he goes, Max, I watch you doing this fucking gas. He brought me my steroids, and he said, he was the guy that was the friend of this undertaker, and he brought me my steroids and all my fucking Valium and painkillers and fucking Xanax and shit. And he said, Max, I saw all the fucking roids you're getting. And he goes, can I ask you a question? And I said, yeah. He goes, how much you weigh right now? And I said, I'm almost 400. He goes, dude, how fucking big do you want to be? How big do you need to be? If you don't do steroids, you're 350 fucking pounds. How goddamn big do you fucking need to be? Naturally, I was 350 pounds without doing steroids. So I did steroids for a short period of time. You know what stopped me from doing steroids? My fucking hair started falling out in fucking droves. And I went, fuck.
Yeah, that ruins the gimmick.
Yeah, that ruins my gimmick fast. And so I shut that shit down in a hurry. And then after Tony talked to me, I never went back. I never did them again. So I hope that answered your question.
It does answer the question. And let's see. This is GR.
Oh my God, that's such
Max
a
ever wrestled Gary Albright?
So I wrestled him in amateur wrestling. I lost to him 2-1 at Nebraska. It was the region tournament for going to the nationals. And it was my last tournament in my NCAA career. And if I lost the next match after I lost to Gary, I was out, and I wasn't even going to go to the national tournament. And something in my brain, I'd been hypnotized that year. And something in my brain said, fucking pussy, kick this shit in the ass and go to the national tournament one more time. And so I did. And I went to the national tournament that year. I was an All-American, and I broke an unofficial NCAA record for the most falls in the national tournament. And I still hold the record, and I'll probably hold it forever because they don't run the NCAA tournament the same way anymore. And I had 5. The guy who held the record before me was a guy named Chris Taylor, who, if you know anything about wrestling, you know who Chris Taylor was. He was an Olympian and a professional wrestler, went to Iowa State like I did. He held the record for the most falls in the national tournament prior to me. 4 pins in, I believe it was 13 minutes and some odd seconds. I went to the national tournament that year. I had 5 pins in 5 minutes and 26 seconds. I pinned every guy in just a little over a minute and 5 seconds that I wrestled. And then I only took 5th. I lost twice. I lost a guy named Kirk Trost from Michigan, and I lost to a guy named George. I think his name was George Sears from Penn State, I believe. And then I took 5th and was an All-American. So I was 3-time All-American. I was a national champion on a national championship team. But here's an interesting caveat to and I told you I wrestled Gary, but here's an interesting caveat. And if I have one fucking regret in my life, I got called by this guy named Oneida, who was running Japanese wrestling shows.
I know who he is, yeah.
And he called me and he said, we'd like you to come to Japan and wrestle Gary. And I was in the middle of my band thing, and my band was being assholes. And they said, you're not going to Japan unless you take us with you, Max. So I told Oneida, I said, I'll go, but I want you to bring my band. Let my band come and let us play. And as you can imagine, Oneida went, what?
Yeah.
He never called me back. I regret not wrestling Gary in this business worse than anything in the fucking world, because Gary and I could have put on a show that fans would have thought we were fucking killing each other. We could have thrown each other all over the fucking ring, and people would have thought that we were fucking killing each other, and it would have looked like we were fucking... I'm getting goosebumps, man. I regret so fucking bad that I didn't wrestle Gary. That's one of my greatest regrets in life, that I didn't go to Japan and wrestle him. Because on top of that, it would have changed my trajectory in Japan. I guarantee you that. Oh, yeah, and it would have helped Gary too. You know, because we were both, at the time, the Japanese love big motherfuckers that shot. And we would have gone, they would have fucking brought us back over and over and over again and paid us big money. Another moment in my life where I was a real fucking dumbass.
Do you still have a band?
I don't. I wish I did. I still have my drummer friend. We've been friends since 4th grade. He's my brother. I went to amateur. I wrestled with him at Coeur d'Alene and North Idaho College, where I was a national champion on a national championship team and a 2-time All-American before I went to Iowa State. And then I have a couple other friends I work with. I am going to start doing music again, though. Like I said, I'm gonna start putting that mentality back. I'm gonna try. I don't know. My hands are really bad. I've had surgery on both my arms for nerve damage and neuropathy in both my hands. So I'm gonna try. It's very difficult for me to play. I haven't played in a couple years now, and I'm gonna start trying to play again as soon as I get my studio put together. So, but I don't have a.
Yeah, I hope that works out.
Me too.
Mighty Lexar, was WCW that disorganized when Maxx was with the company in 1993?
Yeah, well, you had all these people, you know, trying to suck dick to get power. Right. You know, you had Eric Bischoff, who was nobody, trying to get to run the company, convinced fucking all the higher ups that he was the guy to make all the decisions. You had Bill Watts, who, you know, Bill had great ideas, but, you know, after Bill hired me, I never spoke to him again. I mean that. I literally went to, you know, and when he saw me, when he saw me play the national anthem and the crowd react the way they did, if any promoter in the world would have fucking used their head, the money we made at that moment would have been phenomenal. But instead, they ignored it. And, you know, it's just one of those moments where, you know, the WCW was a mess. And I'll tell you this right now. And I mean this, and I'm going to say it over and over again the rest of my life. The biggest problem with the wrestling business, and anybody who says different is fucking full of shit, is nepotism. The biggest problem in the wrestling business is a lot of great talent doesn't get looked at because somebody's trying to get their kid involved, or somebody's trying to get their nephew in, or their uncle in. And so more often than not, the wrestling, and it's always been that way. I mean, it was really that way in 1993. And we all know you don't even have to fucking ask me who they are. You know who they are. Look at any fucking roster from WCW and you'll see what I'm talking about. And the WWF, quite frankly. You know, that nepotism runs deep. And I'll stick by that the rest of my life. No problem.
What's Max's thoughts on wrestlers who are musicians, such as Elijah and Joe Hendry? I don't know if you watch modern wrestling, but those are two, current guys.
Hey, you know what? I'd like to believe I had something to do with paving the way for those guys.
Yeah, because as a wrestling fan, I saw a lot of wrestlers with guitars, but none of them really played them. So.
Exactly. I was the first real guy. I mean,
yeah.
Van Hammer didn't play it, and fucking Honky Tonk Man certainly didn't play it. Michael Hayes sang, but he didn't play the guitar.
Jarrett,
so I was, huh?
Jeff Jarrett.
Oh, well, that was all bullshit because that was the setup for fucking.
Yeah, that was part of the gimmick. So yeah.
Yeah, that was the gimmick for that we were supposed to do, and I'll tell that story. I think it's great. I've always believed that's one of the reasons I was always so disappointed, because I really believed, had the wrestling business given me the opportunity, if Vince would have given me the fucking clout I wanted in the WWF, I would have brought in Metallica and Alice Cooper and fucking all the big heavy metal bands. I wanted to bring in Rage Against the Machine. Megadeth, all the bands I was listening to at the time. I wanted to bring, in fact, I used to quote a Megadeth song in some of my fucking gimmicks. Hello, me, meet the real me in my misfits way of life. That was one of my fucking greatest fucking interviews I ever did, was quoting Dave Mustaine. And, so I always believed that there was a great relationship. The problem is, and Tex Schlesinger said this to me, Dennis Knight said this to me once, and he was right. And I commend him highly. He said, Max, it's a motherfucker serving two masters. And that's true. Being a musician takes an incredible amount of practice and tenaciousness. And, when I was on the road, I had to practice every free fucking second I had. And to do that and then wrestle on top of it and then go to try and get a workout in, and then, something suffers, and, it takes a lot of work and a lot of diligence, and you need a lot of support. And I didn't get any support. So I understand it. I'm proud to have, been one of the first guys that gave it a shot. I failed at it miserably, but you know what? I gave it a hell of a shot. And I'd like to believe I was legit.
Oh yeah. The only other guy I remember that, and he was only around real briefly, was a Southern Rock somebody. I forget.
Oh yeah, but that was a gimmick too. I think it was.
Well, he didn't really play the guitar.
JT Southern.
That's it. Yeah, JT Southern.
Yeah, that was a gimmick too, man. I don't think he was really the real deal either.
All right. Yeah. I just remember he was around real briefly.
Yeah, and he was one of those guys that liked the dark side an awful lot.
All right. Okay. By the way, how much stronger is cannabis today than it was?
Oh my God, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I don't know though. I was telling Sid's son one thing about Sid. What he should be in the Hall of Fame for is getting the best weed that I ever fucking smoked. He got fucking weed that would just make you stupid, which is probably part of the reason Sid was like he was, is because he had the money to buy the best goddamn weed on the fucking planet. And I went with him one time, a couple of times, and we smoked some fucking weed that, oh my mother of fucking God. And then there was this guy in California named Fast Freddy, and all of the agents fucking hated him. He was Hogan's fucking pal. And every time we fucking wrestled at the pond, he would show up in this fucking big leather fucking coat, and he smelled just like he'd been sprayed by a skunk. he would walk through that. He would walk through that fucking door, and everybody would go, "Freddie's here," because he was just there to fucking sell weed to the boys. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the wrestlers. One thing you got to say about wrestlers, they know how to do drugs. They're professionals at drug taking and doing and administering. And, I will tell you, wrestlers probably, I hate to say this out loud, but I'm going to, wrestlers are probably the first human beings that invented date rape drugs. I know I'm going out on a fucking limb here, but I am fucking here to tell you when GHB came out, and there's some stories. There's a wrestler who is pretty famous for his GHB consumption. He was from Florida. He was part of a team called the Killer Somethings. I'm not going to say any more than that. And he was notorious for his GHB. And that's when fucking people started getting, wrestlers were already plopping people. I mean, don't get me wrong. We had a funny statement, which was plop, plop. He'd fucking throw a halcyon in somebody's drink and then shave their eyebrow when they passed out. And it's always fun shaving just one eyebrow.
Because then you have to shave the other one.
Right. With the dilemma, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave one eyebrow or are you going to fucking shave? You're going to shave the other one. And so it's always fun because they have to wrestle with the decision of whether to shave the other eyebrow or not. So wrestlers are pretty notorious drug fucking professionals. Wrestlers are really good at that subject and have been for a long time. And there's a good reason. Because think about the dichotomy, I'm using that word again, the dichotomy we've always lived with. A business that's fake, that I never left the ring and I wasn't in pain. How the fuck how do you justify that? Think about that. How do you justify in your mind getting out of the ring every fucking time you wrestle with somebody? You get out of the ring, you're fucking hurting like a motherfucker. You walk into 7-Eleven, you throw your Coke on the counter, and the fucking guy behind the counter making fucking $6 an hour looks at you and you go, "You're one of those wrestler guys, aren't you? That shit fake, ain't it?" And you fucking feel like somebody just hit you in the fucking back with a block of concrete. It doesn't take you long to just really, that fucks with you. I don't care who the fuck you are. When you hurt all the fucking time and people think it's fake, that is the definition of a dichotomy. And when you live that reality, I mean, Sigmund Freud talked about pain and why mankind is the way he is because there's two questions that he can never answer. A life of pain, and I can't even remember what the other one is right now, but a life of a living, dying, and living a life in constant pain. That's the two things that Freud fucking said. That's why we are what we are and what we're made of, because we have to have pain. And wrestlers somehow, again, are good at bringing them on themselves. And then, like I said, we're also really fucking good at self-medicating.
I don't know if you knew Dennis Condrey at all. He passed away just recently.
I did know Dennis.
When I had him on, he had mentioned, he said, like, you can't fake gravity.
Yeah.
And I always thought that always stuck with me.
Well, in wrestling's physics, it's really simple. If you think about it, you're falling down, and when you weigh 350 pounds and you're falling from 7 feet in the air, if you land on a surface and you hit your elbow, just the point of your elbow, and the entire impact is taken on just that elbow, you're going to fuck that elbow up bad. And so when guys do flat back bumps and they slap the mat and they put their feet down, the key is, if you think about it, when you fall in wrestling, what's the key? It's physics again, is spreading the impact over the greatest area possible. That's exactly all you're trying to do. That's how simple the physics of wrestling is falling down and spreading the impact over as great of area as possible. Or breaking your fall with a table or something else that, will impede the fall and be that cushion that breaks the momentum impact. But in the end, it's still physics.
How are you doing physically?
Fuck.
Like, are you're? I don't want to laugh at that, but yeah.
No, you can. That's fine. I mean, I'm fucked. I'm just like every other fucking wrestler. I'm fucked. I look at Mick Foley and I don't even know how that guy can even fucking walk. And I've heard stories about him. I know he
Yeah,
hobbles.
he has some, like he can't remember how to get home and things like that. So.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm afraid of CTE. I know Mick's got to be afraid of CTE. I've started spreading this new. Actually, since we were just talking about weed, CTE is the head trauma disease. Well, I've been smoking dope since I was like 13. I'm actually clean right now. I haven't smoked weed in almost a year, and
Okay.
not because I don't want to, but because what memory I have left, I felt like it was having a tremendous impact on my memory, and I knew if I didn't cessate, and now if I do ever smoke weed again, it's going to be very limited. Like a couple
The
times.
reason I asked you actually was so I haven't done cannabis in probably like 3 or 4 years, and then I was at Boston Underground Film Festival last weekend, and there's always this running. I won't say the guy's name. It's always a running joke. Don't accept edibles from so and so. And I made the mistake. I did, and I was like, oh, I haven't done anything for a while. It'll be fine. And then I found out why. This was way beyond anything I had.
Oh yeah, that's not fun, man.
No, it wasn't after.
No. See, man, when you get fucking hit like that, then man, you just sit in your room paranoid and it's fucked up. And that's just I'm never gonna do that again. But I've come up with this new acronym for what I think most wrestlers, there's CTE, which is something traumatic and encephalopathy. But I've come up with my own version, which is a wrestler version of CTE, which is THCTE. So it's a combination of smoking way too fucking much weed and banging your fucking head into way too many fucking corner posts. So it's THCTE. I want to be the fucking inventor of that new terminology. That's what I believe I have is THCTE.
All right. We've coined the phrase here.
Yes, my new phrase, THCTE.
GR wants to know how is Antonio Inoki as a wrestler since he wrestled?
Fucking Inoki was amazing. Jesus Christ, man. I watched him do shit, folks, that I don't even know. I don't even know how the fuck to say it. I watched him fucking put 4 plates on a fucking on a bench one day on each side and do reps with it. And he was goddamn 60 years old at the time. I mean, he looked good, but to fucking put that much weight on a fucking a bench and do what he did, he was amazing. I had the honor of being in the ring with him 2 or 3 times, and I'm absolutely blessed beyond reproach to having been employed by New Japan Pro Wrestling. I don't know how else to say it. I can't say it any bigger than that because it was absolutely the most amazing fucking time of my life. I can't wait to tell you the whole story.
Yeah, I'm really interested in hearing.
And
what was Japan itself like? Like, because you're a big guy, and I know it's like hard for.
I got a great story
for like.
I'll tell you a quick story about that.
Yeah.
So Chris and I are in a hotel. We're walking down the hallway, and I have to duck under most doorways because most doorways are probably 6'6", and at the time, if I had any kind of shoes on, I had to be careful because I would hit my head, just the top of my head. Brian was an inch taller than me, and he always had to duck. And there were some doorways that were only 6-foot doorways, and so you ducked a lot. And I'll never forget the first time. So this is not the story I'm going to tell you, but the first time I went into a Japanese hotel, I went into the bathroom to take a piss, and there was this like little thing in there. It was literally like the size of 2 5-gallon buckets put together. And I looked at that for a minute, and I looked up and I saw a shower head. I looked back down at that and I went, that's a motherfucking bathtub. Honest to Christ, if I couldn't even have fucking put my legs in there with a thimble of water and it would have overflowed. That's how small this fucking bathtub was. So anyway, we're walking down this fucking hallway, and I was being a smartass, and I was in front of Chris, and Chris is going, I'm walking towards his son. I'm looking back at him, and I see that there's one of those like exit signs hanging down in the hallway. So I'm gonna fucking, be a wrestler and be funny. So I'm walking towards this exit sign that's hanging down, and if I don't duck, it's gonna fucking hit me like right in the fucking face, right? And so I'm getting up to it, and Chris goes, Max, and I went, yes, I ducked underneath the motherfucker, but what I didn't realize is there was one on the other side. Bam! I hit that motherfucker, and I ducked, but just didn't get down far enough, and it had a metal edge on it, and it fucking scraped across the top of my head, and there was a piece of skin about that big hanging from the fucking top of that with a whole bunch of my fucking hair in it. I went, oh, you motherfucker. So, yeah, that's one of my favorite Japanese stories.
Did you get a Ribera Steakhouse jacket?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ribera's was, that was the classic place. And, there was a couple places outside the Keo Plaza that we all loved to go. That was a little steak joint that had all you could eat fucking steak for like 2,500 yen. And it was all Kobe beef. Wagyu is what they call it now. Mm-hmm. But it was fucking amazing. I love Japan. Like I said, I have nothing bad to say about my time in Japan. Nothing.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been to Japan, so
it's fucking amazing, and I would recommend anyone go there. But be prepared. I'll tell you what was always fun about Japan is when you go to the Keo Plaza, and we get on the train to go to like Shibuya or Roppongi, which are the night spots. And it was always great because we get on the trains, and the trains would be fucking packed. And if you've ever driven through the Midwest, the Midwest has what's called rogue corn. Like you'll be driving through the Midwest and there'll be like a fucking field full of onions. And every 4 or 5 feet, sometimes there'll be one corn stalk sticking up out of the field because it's called rogue corn. It just grows like one stalk sticking up. And I would get on a fucking Japanese train, and it was so great because any other American wrestlers that were on the train, you could see them all the way down at the other end because they were like rogue corn in a field.
They'd be standing above
because we were all 1.5 feet above the top of this sea of black. All you see was the top of all these Japanese people's heads. And I'll never forget it. There was a black guy that was there who bleached his head blonde, and I loved him. God, I can't believe I've forgotten his name. But he was so fucking awesome, and fucking he was like 4 cars down. And the way the train station was set up was we couldn't see he was on the train until we pulled out and went down a straight line. And all of a sudden, there he is, and we're all like waving down at each other. Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? And then when we get off the train, we go meet. So we were the rogue corn of Japanese train.
I like this, yeah. Who is the better mat wrestler, Rick or Scott Steiner?
I think Rick had I think Rick placed. Okay, first of all, Scott was 185 pounds. Rick was a heavyweight. So, and I'll be honest with you, Rick was more on the gas in college than Scott was. Because Scott had to cut weight, I think, to get to 185.
Yeah, because I was going to say, later on, Scott was a lot bigger than.
No, yeah, absolutely. So you can't really compare because Scott and Rick were in separate weight classes, and unlimited versus 185 pounds, you can't compare those two in amateur wrestling. But I think Rob had a better. I think Rob was an All-American, and I'm not sure if Scott was an All-American. I don't know the answer to that. And in fairness, and Scott, if you're listening, or you ever hear me say this, forgive me, brother, because I know you were a great wrestler. But I think he was an All-American, but I think Rick placed higher than him.
You know, I don't think, even though like people don't think Scott's bad, but I don't think Scott Steiner gets enough recognition because he like innovated like so many moves. Like he was the first guy to really do like the Frankensteiner, and
yep.
I think he brought in a lot of the suplexes. And I always thought like if he would have found the Big Papa Pump character like when he was like in his prime, like he would have been just like the best, like the complete package, you know.
Oh, no shit. Yeah. The only problem with him though is he's another motherfucker that you can't push around. And so you know, the Clique and all those guys, you know, they always, the Steiner brothers were always kept at arm's length. They never got the big pushes because everybody was scared fucking shitless of them, you know. And you know, they're really the only amateur wrestler that ever got that really big push was Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
You know,
and he's supposed to like a really nice guy, I think. So.
Yeah, and you know, but you know, amateur wrestlers, they're always known as the guys that, you know, we all love the fact that it's a fucking work, but you still, you know, there's that fear in most guys. You better not fuck with this guy because they know what the fuck they're doing, and you could get hurt really fast and really easy. And Scott and Rick were both those kinds of guys. They were both really gifted amateur wrestlers, and I respected the fuck out of both of them.
Yeah, so I used to do a movie podcast, and I interviewed it's a woman who she came from a fighting background, and now she does movies. And she talked about like it was hard at first because she was trained to you know actually want to hurt somebody, and then you know not to hurt somebody in movies. And I was like, well, it's similar to people I've talked to in wrestling who came from like MMA, and like you're so like, you know, it's a hard thing, I would assume, to like, okay, now I have to do this not to hurt somebody,
right,
as opposed to like trying to actually beat them.
But then again, like I said, if you're an amateur wrestler, and I would like to have those guys come on and talk about that, because having been an amateur wrestler, like I told you, I found great relief in the fact that I didn't have to keep that facade up any longer. You know, I loved the fact that the fucking pro wrestling business was a work, because amateur wrestling is fucking hard. And I did it for 5 fucking years in college. I did it for, you know, all through high school. I fucking, you know, I was in a wrestling movie when I was 16 years old. You know, the list goes on and on. And I just, you know, I wrestled totally in my life for, you know, 25 fucking years, you know, and it's hard. And so it was, I always found great relief in the fact the wrestling business was a work.
Have you heard of the new promotion? Hogan was involved, but you know he passed away. Where it's like they're trying to make like an actual. You know,
I saw that. It looks great. It looks great. I would. That's something I would love to be a part of, but it will fail because people just amateur wrestling. Amateur wrestling requires real thought, and you have to have almost done it to appreciate how fucking hard just standing and pushing against somebody is for 6 minutes. If you just stand there in place and push against somebody as hard as you can push against them, I'm telling you, you'll be so fucking tired after 30 seconds, you won't even believe it. And that's the thing about amateur wrestling, is it takes a level of understanding that's why professional wrestling is so loved. Mm-hmm. Professional wrestling fills in all the fucking blanks for you. They do the selling. They do the make sure everybody in the top row can see what's going on. Amateur wrestling doesn't do that, and it can never do that if it's going to stay being amateur wrestling, because at that level of the game, it is fucking as primal as it can get. It is man against man at the most primal fucking level, and it's been like that since the beginning of humankind.
So yeah, we're gonna do the Maxathon coming up.
Yes. So I'm ready. We can call it a night, man. But I had a great time tonight. Look, we did 3 hours tonight, and fucking, I'm not even warmed up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I've taken a lot of notes of stuff to bring up next time.
And
For the complete
I'll write more
stories.
stuff down, and we can and
Yeah,
once I start rolling on shit, then more stuff will come, and
yeah.
you ask great questions, so
Well, thank you.
it'll be no problem.
Yeah,
So,
I'm really looking forward to it. We can do it any night. It doesn't have to be a Tuesday if that interferes with your show. So, yeah, we can figure it out.
well, no, I would gladly go after Tuesday night for 6 hours. It's no problem.
Okay.
Just let me make sure I have plenty of my pain pills with me, so that because where I'm sitting, I'm kind of kidding, but it's funny because when you're addicted to opioids, your whole fucking life, you have to figure out how to manage that, and if you can manage that, because most people, once you're addicted to opium, you can never manage that, and somehow I figured out how to do it. And I follow my doctor's prescriptions, but I can't imagine my life without painkillers in my life, because I'm not going to go through my list of shit. I will, when we do the Maxathon, if you want to, I'll tell you everything that's wrong with me, because there's plenty, and but in fact, I'm having surgery this Friday. I've got to have 2 stents put in my kidneys, and so it's I paid the price for this. Anybody who falls down for a living, you pay the price. And you know what? You and I'll talk, maybe we'll share some songs. Maybe we'll play a song on the air when we
that'd be great.
From the music and then they can hear some of Brian's music. And who knows, by then, maybe we'll have a date on the thing that should not be.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I'm really excited. I've been excited about it for a long time, so I'm really excited that it looks like it's will be actually released at some point.
Oh, it's coming out. It's going to come out. I hope it comes out long before I die. But it's one of those things that it's got to come out, and I want it to come out soon, because I really want to support it, and I really want to, because I think people. I'm excited because I think people are gonna. I'm excited to see how people react to it, because no one's ever seen anything like it. There's no other movies out there that are like this. There just isn't, and that's something I'm really proud of. And I've always wanted to be a filmmaker, and this may be that avenue that finally gets me into maybe people taking me seriously about some other film ideas I have, because I still have 4 or 5 really amazing film ideas that I'd like to get translated to the silver screen. And maybe when this movie comes out, those opportunities may arise because of this. So we'll see what happens.
What kind of movies are you into?
I actually, if you know who Sergio Leone is, I'm a huge Sergio Leone fan. So I've written a Western. I am a huge robotics fan and the singularity, and so I have written a science fiction movie. I also have written a movie about the wrestling business, and just about a character that it's just another look inside of the wrestling business and what the wrestling business shows you. And when I wrestled in college, and I'll tell you this story, remind me this one, this is a good one. I'll tell you this story. When I went to school in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, I had an event happen that to this day, I can't believe that it happened. So I can't wait to share it with the world.
All right.
And there's a movie I want to do around my national championship amateur wrestling season at Coeur d'Alene. So there's the first 4 right there. And so if I got those done in the rest of my life, I'd be a fucking happy camper.
Yeah. All right. And what kind of movies do you like to watch? I know you say you like.
Well, if I'm gonna sit down, well, first of all, I'm gonna give credence and credo to the 2 greatest movies ever written. The first one being The Wizard of Oz. I mean, I'm sorry, nothing compares to the Wizard of Oz. I from the time I was a child, the greatness of the Wizard of Oz has always been with me, and my mother and father loved it, and my
Yeah,
mother.
it's one of my mom's favorites. We'd watch it. Now before you could, but you'd buy stuff like it would come on TV once a year, and we'd always
Yeah, it came on TV in the fall. It came on in November, every year in November, and we always had like turkey and corn, like pre-Thanksgiving stuff with it, and we'd sit down and watch The Wizard of Oz. And the first time I watched it, we didn't have a color TV, and so I had never seen the color.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for people who've never seen The Wizard of Oz, but the beginning black and white, and then
right. And so I'd never seen the color version. And when my parents finally bought a color TV in like 1960, probably 1970, 71, they bought a 19-inch Magnavox color television, and I'll never forget watching The Wizard of Oz the first time on a color television. It was fucking awesome. And the second movie, which is it has to be on an equal par with The Wizard of Oz, is Citizen Kane by Orson Welles. And then I'm going to have to go with my next three favorite movies, which are Westerns. And they're all, two of them are Clint Eastwood's, and they're all heavily influenced by Sergio Leone, because two of them are Sergio Leone movies. And that is Once Upon a Time in the West, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I'm going to give you a couple more. The Outlaw Josie Wells. These are Clint Eastwood movies now. The Outlaw Josie Wells and Unforgiven. Those are the kinds of, I love those kinds of classic cinema. And there's a lot of other great movies. So I just saw Sunset Strip like for the first time in my life a year ago, and it's just fucking ridiculously amazing. I love great old movies. I love film noir. I love like The Maltese Falcon.
Yeah.
I'm a huge John Huston fan. He's such a great fucking director. And so I love John Huston and Treasure of the Sierra Madre with Humphrey Bogart and Maltese Falcon. And so, my influences are fucking powerfully deep. And, I love The Natural, I love Field of Dreams, and the list goes on. We can talk much more about that.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Incidentally, my degree in college, I have a degree in television and film. So that's why I studied in school. Because of the movie I was in when I was 16.
What was the movie? Because you mentioned this, before. I should have followed up on that. It was a wrestling movie?
It is. It's called Takedown, and I will try and have that set up so you can go download that as well.
All right.
I went to the 45th reunion of that, and they just converted it to 4K, and it's actually
sweet.
It is actually the predecessor to Vision Quest. It is the first amateur wrestling movie, the first serious amateur wrestling movie, and had Disney not been in some bullshit at the time, it would have got a bigger push, because it's a really, really great old movie, and it's beautiful. It's done well, and it's just a fun movie story. It's only what it is. It's Rocky about wrestling. Is exactly.
All right. Yeah, I've not seen it. I've not seen either one that you mentioned. So
I am going to figure out how to get this on Facebook or something, because I really would like the people of the world to be able to see this movie.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great movie, and it changed my life. That's why I have a degree in television and film. It changed my life, and I will tell you that story at the Maxathon.
All right. Yeah, I'm interested too how you went from a degree in movie and TV and to become a wrestler. So.
And there's I can't wait to tell you that story, because it's pretty powerful. And what's amazing is it all happened at the same fucking event at the Palladium on the Sunset Strip in Los Angeles, California.
All right.
So it's a pretty fucking amazing story.
All right. I've got a lot of notes here, and like I said, we'll get some more stuff. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this.
Are the thumbs up I keep seeing popping up? Is that your fans?
I think that yeah, there's both for that, and then also I think are you on a Apple phone? Because I think it sit on your phone sometimes when you do something.
It's no, I'm on a tablet. I'm gonna have to I'm on an
Oh,
Apple
okay, but
tablet.
it's an Apple product. I think the
Yeah.
Apple product does that sometimes.
Oh, okay. So it isn't coming from your
But
side.
people have been giving a thumbs up too, but I don't think they pop up like that with the little
Well,
bubble.
they just it's just it's not like it's bad. It's just a little thumbs up comes up
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
screen. So no
So
big
yeah,
deal.
it could be either. It could be either one. I'm not sure. So
No worries.
all right, as long as it's not thumbs down, we don't want
Yeah,
those.
well, if it's thumbs down, then we're fucked in a Maxathon. Not we
Your
want to do.
tomatoes or anything like
Yeah.
that. All right, and how can people follow you to see what you're up to?
Right now, I'm at Daryl Peterson on Facebook. Um, that's going to change. You can also go to my YouTube channel. There's lots of videos on my YouTube channel if you want to go dig around and find some fucking cool shit in there. There's some pretty cool shit, and there's over 150 videos on my YouTube channel. And once get my studio built, I'm going to be on there every day again. So it's easy for me to go ahead and just sit down and start doing it again.
Yeah.
But I'm not very prolific in social media.
I
But
was just say you were off social media, I think, for a long
oh,
time.
I'm a fucking reclusive fucking hermit motherfucker. And I actually I quite like that, because now when Thing finally comes out, it will only bolster its integrity and
Yeah.
the passion for people to want to interview me again and call me and say, Jesus Christ, Max, you've been talking about this for 30 fucking years. It's finally here. Fuck, I'm begging you. So
yeah, I like that. It's added to the mystique, and it's really built up to it.
It's so funny because I know this is going to sound like bullshit, but I really did plan it this way. I just didn't think I'd live to see the day that I would make it that far. You know, I turned it over to another friend's hands, and he dropped the ball years ago. And if I did die, he would have let it go. So I'm glad I've lived this long. And like I said, I really want to stick around as long as I can, because I really want to see this come out, because I really look forward to supporting it and going out in the world and, and talking about this, because I think people will be incredibly curious, as, in their own minds, of what the fuck, Max? So
yeah, like I said, I'm big into movie festivals. I've traveled, with my own movies, so I don't know if that's something you would do. It's been a cool
I would.
experience.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's exactly what I want to do. If this goes the way I hope it goes, I really want to put this in movie festivals all over the world. And I know he does too. He's going to. And quite frankly, there's going to be some controversy surrounding it. I don't see any way. There's going to be some people that are going to fucking pitch fits, and it's going to be fun, because I ain't got nothing to take. So fuck, come after me. And the guy that's
controversy creates cash, is what.
And the guy, yeah, it's like fucking P.T. Barnum said, I don't give a fuck what you say about me as long as you spell my name right.
2 X's, right? So.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, yeah, this has been great. I'm glad this happened again, and I look forward to the next time.
No, I can't wait, brother.
It won't be like 20. The last interview is like, I don't know, 18 years ago. So it'll be a lot sooner than that.
Let's do this within the next year. Let's do this. Like I said, let's do it. If Thing comes out in the next 6 months, then let's do it right after. Then start tracking me down, and because I'd really like to. Like I said, it would be great for me, because then I can actually go in and lay the whole format of my life down, and we'll do it together, and it'll be a great starting point for me to lay sort of the premise of my book down, and which is what I'm trying to do. And then I can take it to AI, and I've got a couple people that have offered to help me, do my book as well. So,
oh yeah, no, that's a good idea. So also, I know we'll cover all this, but when you did do something I was curious about, when you become Man Mountain Rock, like the idea of like, because you're always like this grungy guy and stuff, and then you're like really like smiley and more colorful. Like, was that just like Vince, like he that's what he wanted? Like,
that was a click. That was a click. That was a click rib. Yeah, Mick Foley said it the best. they defrocked me. They took everything I was away and made fun of me to my face, and it was all just base. It was all just a clique being mean to a guy who wanted nothing to do but succeed and have a shot at, fucking being a guy who wanted to make, I just want to make money. I just wanted to have one run, one fucking WrestleMania, 2 WrestleManias. I would have been happy, and they couldn't do it. They hated me so fucking bad. All they wanted to do was belittle me and make fun of me, because if you knew them, that's who they are. They did that to a lot of people. They did that.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people say, Shane Douglas has said similar things, and
that's who they are. Shane Douglas is in the movie.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like Shane.
Yeah, I love Shane, and so I unfortunately I don't like to offend people. I don't like to say this because there's a lot of Man Mountain Rock fans out there, and I tried my ass off to give them Man Mountain Rock, but they wouldn't even let me do that. Jim Johnston played the guitar for me in Man Mountain Rock. They wouldn't even let me play my own guitar. He
makes no sense.
No, I know it. They just did everything to blow up my gimmick. They just did it, and and I let them. That's the biggest mistake I made, is I let them do it. So I have nobody to blame but myself. So I can't be angry about it, but it doesn't take away the misery and the pain and the PTSD of it,
So. Shane's another guy was really ahead of his time. He really kind of started the whole like shoot the work shoot promos, which Triple H really borrowed a lot from. I would
say. Shane and I have a really great relationship, and I've always loved Shane. And Shane and I, you'll see in the movie, he and I get along great. It's there's so many people in that movie that are really good friends. Bam's in it.
I'm a huge Bam Bigelow fan.
I can't even. I'll tell you great stories about him. So like I said, man, I look forward to the next time. Let's do this. I'm serious.
All right. Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
Let's not make it. Let's not let.
Yeah. No, we'll definitely. Yeah. But just the idea is because I was a big fan of you as Maxx Payne, Man Mountain Rock. I mean, it's not. I was happy to see you there, but it's not really like my kind of like character. And then Shane was the same way. Like, I love Shane Douglas at ECW. And I'm happy he comes to WWF, and he's like a teacher with like this blue gown.
It was a rib.
Yeah,
that's the shit the clique did right there. That is fucking when Shawn Michaels didn't like you and fucking Kevin Nash didn't like you. They would fucking put a gimmick on you that made fun of you, just like Mantar. Everything they did was to fucking, just to fucking laugh at people and fucking poke fun of them right in everybody's face. And they thought it was fucking cute and funny. And instead of being genuinely good people that in the wrestling business, everybody could have made money and done things the right way. But they got their money. That's all that matters to them. And so
because Shane Douglas can work with anybody. So if you bring him in as any kind of character that can work, that's just another guy that these people can work with. So
yeah, that was just the nature of what was going on back then, and the clique's pretty notorious. So and Thing will show that. The great thing about the movie is Thing shows you exactly who the clique is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You'll see it up close and personal.
All right. So. And I, in Sid's defense, he was always nice to me. I never worked with him in wrestling, but he was very nice to me on the show. He always showed up, and actually, Scott Hall scheduled, and he showed up in no condition to perform. And Sid called in. I didn't ask him to. He called in and took his place and did like an interview. So he was an older guy, and maybe he changed, whatever, but I just want to say Sid was always nice to me.
Yeah, and I will say the same. Sid was always nice to me. I was nice to Sid, but I also spent an inordinate amount of time trying to figure out how to fucking wind him up. So, and I was good at it and did so. And I'll tell you those stories as well.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, right. My brother.
Yeah.
Let's talk soon.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, my friend. Love you, brother.
Yeah. I love you too. That's great.
I can't wait. Maxathon, here we come.
Yeah. Take care.
Okay, my bro.
All right. Bye. Maxx Payne, amazing. As people know, I've said for years, Maxx Payne was one of my favorite interviews on the show. I always really liked the Maxx Payne character. it's like kind of my thing. It's kind of this dark character. Um, the heavy metal, the grunge. I like all that stuff. And it was in an era where there really wasn't a lot of people like that. So I was a huge Cactus Jack fan. I love the tag team. Just two physical big guys. Look, I'm not a bodybuilder, so I like the two big physical, just badass guys that weren't all muscled up. That's totally my deal. And very physical. The match with the Nasty Boys, I loved it. I understand, I understand when the Nasty Boys get hurt, and that's not good, but it's still a wild bump to watch. Nate G, superb interview skills. Nasty Near World Order. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nate G. This is back to the roots of the original In Your Head. Was long form interviews before there were a lot of podcasts doing that, and we kind of got away from that for years, and I would like to bring that back. So we got a lot of cool people in the lines. I actually think I should try to get Rip Rogers back on too. I like Rip Rogers a lot. Um, Let me try to go over here. Someone asked about Ahmed Johnson. I'll just be honest. I don't know what's happening there. So I'm just gonna think maybe that's not gonna happen. He sprung one to get paid on to me the day before we had we had talked for a long time about setting up the interview and then bring up money like right before we're doing the interview. I don't know. So I'm just gonna guess that doesn't happen. I'm sorry it was advertised and stuff, but let's see here. Who do we have lined up? Oh, Johnny Rods. I really have to set that one up. I talked to Johnny Rods on the phone. Really fun guy. I'm looking forward to that. I like people from he's got a ton of stories. A wrestler. He's still actively training people. I think that's going to be a really good interview. Bushwhacker Luke's going to come back on. I'm excited about that. My friend Bob Cook. I don't think he's done a lot of shoot interviews, so that one's going to be pretty cool. There's a ton of people I had set up. So anyway, join the group. Oh, James Beard. We're going to be setting up that one pretty soon. James Beard was he was a referee for World Class Championship Wrestling, and he was in the Iron Claw movie, the Von Erich movie. He was also a consultant on that, so I think that's going to be cool. Cougar J. I'm a fan of the quote unquote enhancement talent of the '80s. And Cougar J was one of those guys, and kind of almost like Sam Houston level, maybe a little bit below Sam Houston, where they would like incorporate him and stuff. He was like a regular character around, but really never won. He was the Great Muda's first opponent in Great Muda's debut, and he was also George South tag team partner in the debut of the Ding Dong. So I think that one's going to be cool. Ross Hart of the Hart Dynasty, the Hart family is going to be coming on the show. That one's going to be cool. A guy I was really looking forward to. I was happy to set this up. Rugged Rod Price. Rod Price, I always thought was going to be like a real top guy. He was a similar like as Steve Austin. He was in the 9 Days of World Class Championship Wrestling. Was actually Steve Austin's tag partner in Global Championship Wrestling. It was Stunning Steve and Rugged Rod. He's they look a little similar, but Rod's like a little like bulkier guy. Like it was a more muscular guy. For whatever reason, he had a career in wrestling. He had a run in ECW, just like Austin, but he never had the NWA run, and never had a run in one of the real major promotions. But a guy that I always like, so I'm really happy that he decided to do the show. We probably won't do this one until a bit later in the year, but my friend Tyler Main is going to come on the show. Tyler Main's been on Without Your Head many times, and we've talked about his brief wrestling career, but he's never done just a straight up wrestling shoot interview. So I pitched the idea to him. He's into it. He's busy right now with movie stuff, but he will be on. And if you don't know, he was Big Sky, the tag team partner of Vinny Vegas, who went on to be Kevin Nash and Diesel. And he was also Nitron, which was the woman's bodyguard when she was managing Doom. He went on to be the first Sabretooth in the X-Men movie. And also he was Michael Myers in Rob Zombie's Halloween movies. But he got his start in wrestling. So he's going to come on the show. We're going to talk about his wrestling career. And I think George South will be on. And I've been trying to get some AEW guys for the next pay-per-view. We'll see how that works out. We will figure it out. It'll be good. I always thought Kenny Dykstra was going to be a top. Yeah, I did too, honestly. When they broke up Spirit Squad, it really seemed like he was the guy they were going to give the big push to. My honest take. So we've had Kenny on the show right after he was fired by WWE. Really good interview, and I can't remember if he may have. I think he actually called into the show while he was working in WWE, and then we had him on the show as a guest. I think he's back there now as a producer or something. But my honest take is that Kenny was just too young for the push he was given. And I don't mean like physical age. I just think he wasn't mentally prepared for a big push. He was still like a young man. And not everyone is mature enough for that push. And that was my gut on that. And he kind of talked about that himself on the show. There's been a few guys like that. I thought maybe not the same level, but I really always thought Rusev was going to be a big guy. And my gut on that is I think he's his own worst enemy. And I don't know. He's definitely not a guy better off going back to WWE, I would say. He's like a friggin' nothing. It's kind of sad. Let's see. I'm gonna. I know we're getting kind of late here, but if you guys want to, if anyone does want to call in, we'll share this link, and then I'll ask the questions from the group, and then we'll probably wrap it up for the night. Yeah, Rusev did. That was legit. Like that was like the most. I would argue might have been the most over thing in wrestling for that period. You had Rusev and Lana together was friggin' money. And then you had the guy singing the song. Like that whole package was great. Goes to I was actually really happy he goes to AEW because he was a guy in WWE. In my opinion, he could do it all because he could do comedy, but he could do serious wrestling, and he did the comedy away, which I didn't think took away from his the serious side of him. Looks cool, great in ring. I think a great promo, honestly. I think he used like the language barrier. He speaks English, but a little bit of the accent to his advantage. Goes to AEW. Of course, the initial run's like bad, but then when he was the TNT champion, like this is really good. And I thought like the promos for that new gimmick they were doing like was working, but it just never took off. And I actually don't blame AEW on this one. I think it's him. I think it's him and Lana. Unfortunately, because it seems like the same things happen everywhere he's been. I went to WWE house show in that era, and people were going so crazy during Rusev's entrance. Security was yelling at people to chill out. Yeah, that was part of the reason why I stopped watching WWE TV, because like people that I would like. And it seemed like, because it used to be, so I'd watch wrestling. And you could kind of tell, like, when either they'd be pushing a guy or the crowd would get into them, and then they would eventually get pushed. Steve Austin or whoever. It would be very rare a guy, like, the crowd would get behind somebody and, like, the company wouldn't push them. Because, like, why wouldn't you? It doesn't make much sense not to. But there started to be an era, and I think it's because at that time they had no competition, so it didn't matter. You didn't have to push people that you didn't want to. And like, nothing against Baron Corbin, but Baron Corbin would be pushed forever, never over. And then guys like Rusev super over, but never would really get the crowd, the company behind him. Just like a bunch of guys like the same way, and then I just really lost interest. It's like, if these people are just never walk with Elijah there, I don't know. Here we go. By the way, I know he just guys always talk about my partner on Without Your Head, Tara. She's not on the wrestling show. She doesn't watch wrestling. She's welcome to come on anytime, but there's no reason to keep asking where she is when she's not a host of the show. All right. What is up? We have Johnny Cakes.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Good interview.
Thank you. I was really happy with that. I'm really looking forward to doing a really long one. That would end up being really long as is, so I don't think we'll have any problem doing like a 6 hour.
No, he left that all the stuff out. Going, stay tuned.
Yeah, I like that. I have a bunch of notes here. Yeah, I'm into this. I'm into a real like shoot interview from beginning to end. Or beginning to present. I don't want to say the end, but beginning to present. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm actually really happy. You guys know I've always mentioned that I was really a big fan of his previous interview, and I always really liked him. So I was happy this worked out. I'm sorry that the Ahmed Johnson one did not work out, but I'm just going to give up on that, I think. I'm
not coming all of it. I never liked him.
Yeah, I can't say I was a huge fan, but you know, I give people. And then I started watching, videos in preparation, and there's almost no one that's ever known the guy that likes him at all. Like pretty much anyone that's ever had any interaction with the man, like really, I mean, not even just dislikes him, like they're really not. The Godfather and Ron Simmons and
Booker T.
Yeah, Booker T. Does pretty much everybody.
Who's his old-time friend from like childhood.
Yeah, his mom's not a fan. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. What's on your mind, Stevie?
Yeah, Chicago street fight, Cactus Jack and Maxx Payne and the Nasty Boys.
Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
I think was it Mick said, getting hit with a plastic shovel hurt. I think yeah, that was one. I remember watching that pay-per-view and really enjoying that street fight. And Maxx Payne, didn't think much of him when he had the feud with Johnny B. Bad and sprayed the glitter gun in Johnny B. Bad's face.
When he shot him with the Bad Blaster.
I love that.
Bad Blaster.
Yeah, I like that too myself. So,
but when he teamed up with Cactus Jack and then maybe this guy,
yeah, that was honestly, I thought it was a great team. I
really
like
that guy.
I know, like, a lot of people like look down on that period of, and I've mentioned this many times, period of WCW. I thought there's a lot of great stuff. I mean, you have the Dangerous Alliance, the early '90s WCW. I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. There's some names I wrote down I want to ask him about, just like guys that would pop in and out. I always find that interesting. You don't see it too much anymore, because it's a different system. So, like, people don't just come on the show for like a week or two, you know what I mean? But like guys like Charlie Norris had like this really short run. I'm just like, what was this guy like? Like, I wonder if we can find him. Charlie, did he pass away? Charlie Norris?
I think so.
All right, I guess we can. Well, I don't know. I always had I like that guy, and I remember like there'd be pay-per-views and there'd be like some weird tag team that you never heard of, and like
remember Jungle Jim.
Yeah, and they'd be like their only appearance. But Jungle Jim like had a short run, and then they brought him into ECW.
Did they?
Like, yeah. It was kind of funny because like they made it like he was from WCW, and like just like hated him because he was a WCW guy. Because it was kind of the epitome of like just a silly, like, goofy gimmick, Jungle Jim. I don't know. I just there's something about that. Remember there was like a tag team like the Creatures or something? They were like these masked like monster guys, and they were only around like for one show. I don't know. I just I get a kick out of that kind of stuff. I always try to get the Gambler on. I did find him on Facebook after years, but
he won't come on.
I did not get a reply. I wanted him to come on. I also I brought up JT Southern on the show. I actually got a reply from him, but he was just not interested. I've got a reply from some people that are maybes, so I don't want to mention. I'll mention just one because he's another guy that was like a name in the territories, but never went to like the main shows anywhere. But I always thought like there was a Hollywood John Tatum. I've got some replies, so we'll see if he comes on. I think that'd be.
I always wondered what happened to him.
Yeah, he was a guy like almost like an Eddie Gilbert kind of level, like on the
so much so that his girlfriend
not just
so
because he was married to Misty Hyatt, but you know what I mean. He's like that kind of level guy on the territories, but Eddie Gilbert got shots on these other places, and John Tatum never. I don't know if maybe he didn't even try. Maybe he was happy to be, I don't know. I think he was a guy that he wouldn't have been a top guy in like NWA or WWE, but I think he could have been a guy.
Michael Hayden's cousin, believe it or not.
Oh, he was John Tatum.
I think.
All right, because I definitely think he'd been a guy that could have had like he could have been a guy on the card. You know what I mean?
Because Michael Hayden always talks about somebody getting him in the wrestling, and they were his cousin. I believe it was John Tatum.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I kind of think he may have like been like a replacement in the Freebirds, just like on some like shows, like minor shows. I don't know.
Really?
I think so. I could be wrong, but let's see. Lexar, here's the questions. John Cena is set to host WWE WrestleMania this year. Are you intrigued?
No.
I mean, he literally just retired. Like, yeah, you have to give it a couple years, I think. You can't like retire and then you're just back. I know he's not going to wrestle, but
no, he's just.
Do you think that's a little too soon?
Yeah, come out, cut a promo, get the crowd going. That's about it.
I think his picture's online, and it says this girl went to the prom alone. If you know, you know.
WWE's planning.
I think that's
WCW is planning to hold Saturday night main event in Madison Square Garden on July 18th. Retreat. No, I think this is kind of dead, isn't it? Saturday night's main event.
Yeah.
I've said this many times. They bring it back, and it always gets a little bit of a buzz because of the nostalgia factor. But there's no real point to it in modern day. It was like that, and like Clash of the Champions worked back in the day because all the TV shows were just squash matches. But now you barely even see a squash match. You get hours of competitive matches every week. So I don't really see what the point of a Saturday night's main event really is. You know what I mean? And you get at least one pay-per-view or whatever they call them now. So I don't really see what the point of it is. Cody Rhodes says that the price of $10,000 to ride a bus with him during WrestleMania weekend is absurd. Yeah, no shit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
If the guy himself is saying that, though, why do they even sell it for? Well, I don't watch Collision. I used to watch it, but when I watched it, it really wasn't full of squash matches. I don't know if it is now or not. The Dark used to be. It was about the only show. Rhea Ripley wants the all-women premium live event Evolution. I don't think that's I think now that you have so many women, and it's I don't think they're really considered like a novelty anymore. Like they're considered like legit stars. They know, besides maybe Jim Cornette, no one's like, oh, it's the girls, whatever. Like Rhea Ripley's like she's just a star. She's not. Oh, that's a women's star. She's just a star. So I don't really think an all women's pay-per-view. I don't really think there's a point to it. Like the women are already stars, and almost to me, it almost feels like, oh, isn't that cute? They're getting their own show. I think it's kind of the reverse of what they're going for. I don't think it's really needed. Ronda Rousey is done with AEW. I mean, I don't think that's accurate, Lexar. AJ Styles claims that AEW tried to sign him before he retired. Yeah, we all knew that. I would have as a fan, it would have been cool to see, dream matches that we hadn't seen before. But also, if he's happy in WWE and wants to retire there, good for him. Thunder Rosa claims that WWE tried to sign her to a $60,000 contract to become a referee. Yeah, I mean, this sucks. AEW podcast Unrestricted is ending. Favorite memories, I've never watched it, so I have no idea. Anyone ever watch this?
Nope. Sorry.
Lexar. WCW legend Buff Bagwell made an appearance on TNA Impact last Thursday night and says he wants to wrestle.
Ooh, shit.
I thought he lost his leg.
He got no leg left.
Yeah, he said that right away. He wanted to. I saw him. He was walking around fine. My gut is, I know people say like Zach Gowen, but Zach Gowen lost his leg a lot younger.
Yeah.
And before, Buff has had a career. So he's got tons of injuries on top of this. You know what I mean? And to learn to get around on one leg when you're in your 50s.
Yeah.
To do that alone is that's great for him. I'm also afraid a guy that was had a lot of substance abuse problems, wrestling with the one leg. Maybe one match he could get away with it, but I'd hate for someone to, fall back into addiction.
He probably
problems.
only wants to do the one match.
Yeah, if he can do it, I mean, I think it'd be cool if he can pull it off.
Because he wasn't wrestling much anyways, right? Was he?
No, I think if you would do it, I think you probably should do it a tag team so he could come in and do a couple fun spots. Because I mean, I wouldn't even have. Would you even really want to see like Bagwell have to sell? Like you just kind of feel bad, I think. But if he's in a tag team and he just comes in and does like a clothesline, or maybe he could do a drop kick, that'd be cool. That's my gut. That's my take on it. If he wants to do it, he can do it. I will say this: I asked Buff to come back on. He was just started talking about.
Well, he is just a gigolo.
There's a report that several people with WWE says that AEW is a better product. I personally think it's. I do think AEW is on an upswing. Maybe not the last week, but and I do think WWE is on a downswing from its real heights here recently.
Well,
but I think that's inevitable when it was so popular.
Say great pay-per-views, maybe not so great shows. AEW, WWE, yeah, TV shows. I mean, I watch more of it than you do, and some of it in the Triple H era it's
very bland from anything I yeah. I like there's stuff that stands out. I do think the Obafemi Brock Lesnar segment the other week, I thought that was great, honestly. That got me, oh, that's cool. But overall, when I watch clips and stuff, and for the most part, it's just very, and I'm not against basic, because I think that I honestly think I don't want that to be a negative. I think basic, just like guys wanting to win belts and stuff, is kind of what wrestling should be. But there's not really anything that I watch from WWE that really makes me oh man, I really need to see this.
And it also suffers from too many belts. If everybody's got a belt,
both companies are insane with
the overall impact of it.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, I could name all the IC champions in order, and the WWF champion and the tag champions. could I do that today? I'm like, I can barely remember all the belts. Never mind, like could I give you the lineage of like the Continental Champion and the heritage? I'm like, good Lord, I
International
don't know.
champion.
Yeah, I sometimes I forget who's. They'll come out and have a belt, and I'm like, what is that belt? Like, I don't, why is it any different than the other belt? You know what I mean? Like, why did they make that heritage belt when they already have the Continental belt and like the international belt or whatever they have? Like what's the difference between all of these? Like, is one more important than the other? Or? And then like when they made that besides like it kind of looks cool, the heritage belt, like it's never defended on like pay-per-view. It's always on like the pre-show. And then for some reason it was defended in a battle royal. Because when they had the battle royal, I just assumed, I was like, oh, I must have missed it where Ricochet like had to, give up the title. But he was in the battle royal, so he was defending his title in a battle royal on the pre-show. I'm like, that there is proof that this belt is not needed. Like,
Anything.
R-Truth and former WWE superstar John Morrison are not. I think it looks good in R-Truth, but I have to admit it's taken a lot away, I think, from John Morrison shaving the head. How sad is that too? John Morrison shaves his head, and what was it on? Like Ring of Honor or something? Shouldn't that have been on like like an AEW pay-per-view? That's a guy they've really underused a lot because I think he still had a lot going for him.
Everybody's always underused him.
That's true, honestly. You're accurate. You're very accurate, I'd say. Former WWE superstar John Morrison says AEW felt underwhelming. Thoughts? What, his run there? I mean, good Lord, of course. Is he not? Isn't he still there though? That's where he lost to Taylor, wasn't it?
No, I think it was on another show.
I thought he was in Ring of Honor or something. Action star, one-time WWE celebrity star, the classic TV show Walker, Texas Ranger has passed away.
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone thought he was the one that he would be able to beat death.
If Bruce Lee couldn't do it, he couldn't do it.
So it says here that he lost his hair in an Arena Mexico match in Mexico City.
Okay. All right, so maybe it was a bigger deal then. Yeah, I will say it definitely takes away from his overall appeal, I think. Lex, Brooklyn preschool director who allegedly stole $2.75 million, spent over $30,000 on trips to WWE.
Lexer wants to be adopted.
How can you steal that much from when people are gonna notice that?
Yeah, there should be some checks and balances there.
You can't steal like $3 million unless you're stealing from a billionaire. NXT biggest event of the year, Stand and Deliver, could be free on YouTube because Peacock has get rid of all the NXT takeover. I've not watched NXT for a while, but it seems like most people really hate NXT now. I saw Lance Storm, like he boycotted the show or something.
Really?
Yeah, he was mad because I think they referenced Vince McMahon. Oh no, I guess they referenced Vince McMahon on Raw, and then on NXT, like they had an angle where like somebody like stalked one of the women, and he was like, "This is a company that has like real stalkers, like to have this angle on the show." I get his point, but at the same time, I'm like,
fiction.
Also, NXT Stand and Deliver will take place this Saturday instead of WrestleMania weekend because last year the event started at 1 in the afternoon. Anyway, I don't know. When you've got like 2 days of WrestleMania plus the Hall of Fame, I don't think you need the NXT show that same weekend anyway.
Yeah.
I sent the link out. They're asking for the link. I sent the link in the chat. Do you like to burp or fart?
What?
I'm just gonna skip some of these.
Good call.
Like favorite chore to do? Like, I mean, come on, like, sir. Brian Matthew Clutter. Can I start a store that says bootleg In Your Head merch that no one will actually want to buy as long as I donate the profits to In Your Head? Sure. As long as you give it all to In Your Head, yeah. Or you can send me the designs and I'll put them on the regular group if you want. Stephen Butler, do you think Cody Rhodes will turn heel by the end of 2026? It took longer than I thought. I really thought the crowd would have turned on him by now. I mean, I thought they would have turned on him maybe earlier, but the crowd's finally. Do you think? My question is, do you think they turned the wrong guy? Like, I get that Randy Orton's a better heel, but he gets cheered as the heel. Yes. Like, why not just cheer the guy that the crowd wants to boo? I don't understand. Seems like we have this problem all the time in wrestling. I don't get it.
And when Cody cuts these promos, like, I know you don't want, I don't know if you want to do the Raw report, but when Cody cuts these promos, he was in the ring with Stephanie McMahon, for crying out loud, and he's talking like a heel. He's trying to be a baby face, and they got Stephanie in there that trying to make him a baby face. But when Cody talks, it's like you just want to boo this guy. And you want to cheer Randy, and you hope Randy beats the crap out of him.
They should bring back Ted DiBiase Jr. to be the heel now. He's not going to jail.
And Manu?
Yeah, bring back Manu. He's not doing anything.
I love Manu, though he's a face.
Chobo, any Jessa Flex movies you've watched? That's the wrong show, Chobo.
Who the hell is that?
She's an India horror actress. She's in OnlyFans. She's in a lot of stuff. Nikhil, but it's the wrong show to ask this question. Nikhil, SoCal Uncensored website did the top 25 stars to come from the area. The order from start to 25 is the following.
Oh, God.
He's just giving us the top 7. 7, Frankie Kazarian. 6, TJ Perkins. 5, Brody King. 4, Samoa Joe. Actually, there are a lot of good people that came out of this. So, 3, Super Dragon. I would have Samoa Joe above Super Dragon. 2, Matt Jackson. 1, Nick Jackson.
Samoa Joe's the best out of that bunch.
What?
Samoa Joe's the best out of that bunch.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain about having the Young Bucks higher, but those should be the top 3, though. I think the Young Bucks and Samoa Joe. It would be more of opinion once you start getting into those guys. But 29 years ago today, Sting came down from the rafters and wrecked Hall, Nash, Savage, and Hogan. One of the greatest Crow Sting moments of all time. And arguably the best ending to a WCW pay-per-view ever. WCW Uncensored 97. I don't know. Seemed like that it was the end of every show, wasn't it, at the time? Sting's AEW run might be the finest work of Tony Khan's career. I can't argue. It's one of my favorite Sting runs, honestly. I think it was one of the best. Maybe the best way ever to use like a star of that like age.
Yeah.
Like they really protected him. You never felt bad watching him. It was really good. It was really done. 15 years ago today, Hernandez officially formed Mexican America with Rosita. Okay. Pro wrestling changed forever on this day in 2001 as WWE officially announced the acquisition of WCW. Memories. I mean, no good memories whatsoever for me. This is the day that wrestling kind of died for a long time for me. I don't know. There's been highlights since, but it's never really recovered to what
It's the day the music died.
Cody. And then to think, like, at least you could have got, like, you would think you had to have got, like, some big angle out of it, but it was like one of the most botched angles of all time.
He didn't want to.
Yeah, I agree. Cody Rhodes comments on WrestleMania bus tour. Admits the cost. We did this one. Triple H's big idea to do something even vaguely beyond the norm at the Garden was to put himself and Stephanie in angles.
Yeah, I know what.
Yeah, we can do the Raw report after. This is the last group of questions. Ages of some current champions: Punk's 47, Cody's 40, Penta's 41, Sami Zayn's 41, Truth and Priest 54 and 43. I don't know. Like, I don't really care, honestly. But at the same time, I do realize you need to have. I think that the worst part, not necessarily the champions' ages right now, is like who's really viable to, like, carry the company after these guys. There's not really many people.
Well, if Braun Breaker can stay healthy.
Yeah, Braun Breaker. Because I was listening to somebody talk. Oh, it was Disco. Because Disco is like, Punk and Cody shouldn't be the top baby faces. And then his idea was like, it should be Roman. And I'm like, well, Roman Reigns is barely there. Like, and he's not like a 30-year-old guy. Like, it was like kind of a dumb comment.
He just got finished doing a 3-year run as champion. It's like,
yeah. It's like, I know the next big, the young up and coming baby face to put the run with Roman Reigns. I was like, come on, man. And Roman Reigns is a guy you could have in the main event, but he's not like the next guy you're going to build a company around. Maven thinks that WWE, honestly, Punk's probably a better choice to build the company around momentarily. Maven thinks that WWE is in trouble. Nothing against Maven, but I don't know why. Like, he's such why is he such an expert on anything? Omega versus MJF. Yes, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Omega and MJF. It's really interesting because the way it's built, you would think Omega wins, but I don't think you can have MJF lose the title right now. I wouldn't have MJF lose the title until London and have Ospreay win. But that's good, though, when you don't know who's going to win. It's preferred. I prefer that to, like, oh yeah, it's obvious this guy's going to win. WWE NXT's downfall needs to be studied. Last year, Stand and Deliver was in front of 700,000 fans. NXT is interesting because, like, there was a time when it was legit. Like, I thought that it was the best WWE show. It was like the best wrestling show for a while, and then AEW comes along, and then when Vince did like the NXT 2.0, I think it really killed off all the momentum of NXT, and I don't think it's ever really recovered from that. On this day the thing is, I don't think NXT can be both the cool alternative WWE show and the training ground. I think it has to be one or the other. And I always kind of thought maybe they should have a separate training show or something.
Yeah, I think you've just touched on the 1-2 punch reason why WWE is. I don't think it's in trouble, but I do think, yeah, you've got older guys, you've got maybe one standout future star who could carry the company.
Yeah, and who knows? Any period, but especially modern day, guys get hurt all the time. So
yeah. But with NXT, you don't really have that next guy or next girl down there You can
No,
point
because
to
a
and
lot of the
say,
guys
"Oh
that come
yeah,
up are like Johnny Gargano, and this guy, he was a complete nothing on the show. Nothing against the guy, but I mean,
Since
they're
he
not."
met girls too when Rhea Ripley became all okay in the company.
I would, yeah. Honestly, if you would get behind the women's title, I think you could carry the company with Rhea Ripley.
It
Honestly,
sounds like she's quite
I think you
over.
would have a better shot with Rhea Ripley than most of the younger guys. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not against the idea. I think maybe someday we'll see it. I can't say never because not that long ago I would think it would be inconceivable, but women's wrestling has really gone way beyond.
It'd be fun to watch Jim Cornette's head explode.
Yeah, he is. Look, I don't be like the super anti Cornette guy, but when
No, I like
like
Cornette.
he is so far behind on that stuff. When he's like, then the girls came out, I'm like, dude, you gotta get with like the last 30 years, man. I mean, on this day in 2010, Eric Young, Jeff Hardy, and Rob Van Dam defeated the band in a steel. I'm sorry to laugh at that. In a steel cage match on Impact in front at the Impact Zone. Any memories? Not really. No.
Is that the one where Eric Young dived off the top of the cage?
Oh, maybe.
Is that the one? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know when they were going to get the band back together. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of into it at the time, but like, I don't know. Looking back at all that, like, I really do think it was a mistake to bring just all those old guys in. It is weird now. The more I think about it, because like I don't think of Sami Zayn as an old. I don't think of most of those guys as old guys, Sami Zayn and stuff. But I do think Punk is like, I like Punk, but obviously like his best his day, he's got more days behind him than in front of him. So it's a limited. You're not gonna have years of Punk as champion.
Well, yeah. I mean, like Lesnar, Punk, Orton, all these older guys.
Yeah.
Eventually,
the one
they're
thing
not
that
gonna be
Punk
there.
has in his favor was he was gone for 10 years. Where like like we've seen Randy's in better shape and everything, but we just seen him wrestle all these guys so many times. Like in a way, he's more stale, than Punk. But
What about Dominic Mysterio as the top guy?
I would be behind that. Yeah, that's a good one. And as far as NXT goes, like I don't think they see anything in the guy, but I actually think like Starks. But he's like he's probably close to 40 himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking you were thinking somebody other than Braun Breaker. I was just thinking Dominic. Yeah, Dominic's young.
That's a good choice already.
Yeah.
I honestly think as good as he is, I think he's underused in the company. I think he could be, even though he is used, I do think he could be like just a legit top guy. I know people mentioned Damian Priest. I didn't know he was 43. I don't really see it. I don't think he's a terrible guy and fire him, but I don't think he's a guy that he's not world champion material to me. And I wouldn't include R-Truth in this list. That's just kind of like a fun thing for him to be tag champion.
He's going to be around when he's 70 years old.
maybe. Well, I mean, he looks better than everyone else on this list, actually. So he's the oldest guy. I don't know. Trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Dominic's a good choice. Oh, Gunther. Gunther I can never really see like as a top baby face, even if they turn him. I maybe it would work. I don't see it though. Kurt Angle became the new SmackDown general manager on SmackDown from the Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids. One of my favorite eras of SmackDown. I don't really remember it on it. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I remember Kurt Angle being the general manager. For me, I'm just I don't care about general managers and stuff. I just think that's been beaten to death. Like I could not care less about that. Reminder that 1995 might have been the greatest year in film history. Heat, Crimson Tide, Casino, Braveheart, Seven, GoldenEye, The Usual Suspects, Leaving Las Vegas, Dead Man Walking, Apollo. There's definitely a lot of great movies, but I think you could probably find some. I don't know if I'd include Batman Forever in this list, but
Oh, definitely.
but you do have some great movies there. If I picked I'm a big fan of Casino and Seven. Usual Suspects is some good movies there. All right, I know it's kind of late, but if you would like to do the Raw report, you may.
Okay, well, well, you don't need to do the whole interview. So, yeah, as I was saying, Madison Square Garden, the Mecca, New York City. It starts off with Cody and Stephanie McMahon. Stephanie, yet another person for Stephanie to slap in the face. Cody, Cody's cutting his promo, but like I was saying, I don't know whether it's his delivery or just how he is, but he's just a guy that you just want to beat up. Like, you just want to see Randy beat him, maybe get the 15th title. And they tried to send Stephanie out there to get the fans, I guess, to cheer Cody Rhodes. But even then, she got, a bit of a cheer, at least when she first came out. And you follow that up with the Usos dropping the tag team titles to the Vision B team. So Logan Paul and Austin Theory are your new tag team champions on Monday Night Raw. They beat the Usos. So I guess, like you were saying, like, Logan Paul is better as a singles, and he probably is. But because of, I guess, the current WrestleMania build, they really have nothing else for them to do. And maybe Jay is on his way back to the singles, trying to get back to the singles run. So they put the belts on them. What else happened here? It seems like every WrestleMania, there's some sort of multi-man match. Well, this year it's a multi-women's match. They decided that they're going to have like 4 women's tag teams. 8 women are going to go for, I guess, the tag team titles. Nia Jax and Lash Legend in these really ugly yellow outfits defended the titles against Bayley and Lyra Valkyria. But then the other tag teams, Charlotte and Alexa Bliss and the Bella Twins, interfered in this match. So all 4 of these teams at WrestleMania are going to have a multi-woman tag team match just to get them on the card. What else did we have? That is a schmoz. You mentioned that. Danhausen announcing that they're coming back for Saturday night's main event in July. If they could replace these Saturday night's main events, or if they could replace a PLE, that's fine. Just one a month, a special show like that. When you start having 2 a month in addition to the regular shows, then it is over. Then you're overdosing on product.
There's there's already, like, it's hard to watch, all of the just the weekly product as is. There's a lot of hours of just WWE.
Mm-hmm. So you had another confrontation between Brock Lesnar and Obafemi, but this time around, Brock decided to take a powder and not get beat up by Obafemi for the 3rd week in a row. So Penta is so they're going to actually have a multi-man match at WrestleMania. Penta is going to defend his title, I think, in a ladder match against a bunch of people to get them on the card. So Io Sky nearly kills herself doing one of those planches to the outside. I don't know if you guys saw this. It's on you can probably find it. I think she was she was wrestling Raquel Rodriguez, but then Asuka and Kairi Sane came down to the ring. So Io Sky did a plancha onto Asuka, but she kind of tripped herself hitting the rope, and she kind of came up short, and she went face first onto the ring floor. It looked pretty ugly, but she quickly got up, and so she's lucky. She's lucky she didn't sustain a more serious injury from that. And I think what else happened here? So then, then the main event segment. So the main event segment, yet another brawl between CM Punk and Roman Reigns. The Ballad of Joe and Phil continues, but this time it was Phil doing a power bomb onto Roman Reigns onto the announce table, and he lays out Roman Reigns, returning the favor from the previous week when Roman Reigns slammed him onto the announce table. And so this build continues. I'm continuing so far. I'm really looking forward to two matches: Roman versus Punk and Obafemi versus Brock. I'm really liking how they're building the Punk versus Roman match. They're really making it, a really big deal, and the crowd's always into it when these guys are going at it. So
yeah, I mean, and they're two legit, top guys, and both are really good promos, and they're going personal at each other. So yeah, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of both guys. And then they have the history of Punk bringing him in with the Shield, so it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he told that story on his DVD, and overall, I'll give it a thumbs up. I enjoyed this Raw. It really helps. It really helps when you can fast forward through a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it did.
Right.
Punk said they chose all the Shield, bought Roman Reigns, so he wanted
this is a good point. Nate G. Sting was born in Nebraska but raised in SoCal. So interesting. Yeah, you could. I think along those lines, you could probably put Ultimate Warrior on that then too, I guess. But anyway, yeah. Well, I know sometimes when things start to go down, and then the ticket sales are bad and stuff. That's when they're sometimes forced to do something new with the company. So maybe it does seem like instead of being forced to push new guys in the Attitude Era, they were forced to push Austin and Foley and Triple H, and it seems like their idea is to let's bring back every old guy that we can possibly do something with. So.
And let's raise the prices so you can't tell the shit's not working.
I think they're actually going to start lowering them.
They would have to.
Yeah, I think so.
Nowhere to go but down.
But Obafemi's another guy. I'm really interested in him and Brock. Do you think Obafemi is a guy though? After that, is he a legit star? Can you make him a legit top guy in WWE?
I will say a caveat to that is you've got to work on his promos.
Mhm.
He does very short promos. As long as he, one of those guys that, you give him a couple of sentences, he's probably pretty good. He can get by. But
Yeah.
if you're going to make him a top guy and you're going to have him go out there at the beginning of a show with a mic in his hand and do a 15-minute talking segment, I don't know. He needs work.
Yeah. And it's too, like, I like to think in my head, like, oh, well, everyone doesn't need to. And that's, in my opinion, how it should be, but it's just not how it is. So you really do have to be able to do that, or have Paul Heyman with you. But
basically get a mouthpiece.
it normally doesn't really work well with the babyface to have the mouthpiece. There's exceptions, but it usually doesn't work the same. And it's too bad. Like it's just I don't think we're ever gonna see that in WWE in the near future, where you could be like a top babyface that doesn't do like really promos. You used to have guys like that, but it just doesn't really happen anymore. So. It's just part of the business today. You have to be able to do it.
Yeah, like how on earth with Bob Backlund ever a world champion? It's like his talking could put me to sleep.
Yeah, Bob Backlund.
In 1970s, that's why he might have been a cool guy.
Even Goldberg. I mean, if you could just do that with Oba, like, I'm not saying like he just has short matches, but like the who's next kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just something short and like powerful. I would prefer if everyone doesn't go out and do a 15-minute soliloquy, but
they've been doing that for 30 years.
Yeah, but I just don't. I'm just being a realist. I don't think we're gonna get away from it. So, I mean, it's great when Punk does it, but I don't need to see. It's good when someone who can do it does it, but that doesn't mean everyone needs to do it. So yeah, WrestleMania. I'll probably give in and buy it. I feel bad not watching WrestleMania. I think my mom wants to watch it, so we'll probably watch it together, and then we'll review it on the show. I gotta look. Can you get like a free trial to ESPN Plus? I don't know, but it's what $30. That's not bad to watch 2 nights.
Yeah, they're putting it on Netflix in Canada, and so all the WWE stuff went from Sportsnet to Netflix. And it really helped me because the cost is so much less.
Yeah,
I'm glad I canceled my Sportsnet subscription and got a Netflix one. And so I get all the WWE stuff and all the PLEs and it's
and then like Stranger Things or movies if you want to watch.
And there's other things on Netflix. I'm watching as well. Yeah.
Right.
They got a new one down to the Duffer Brothers.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, something strange. You can happen at any moment or something.
Really?
Yeah, I started to watch it. It's called Something Strange. It's about to happen or something like that. Type it in Google, you'll get it.
Oh, wow! You would think they would avoid using the word strange again.
I can't remember the word they use, but it's Duffer Brothers new show.
All right, I'll look it up. All right, well, it's been a really fun show. I'm really happy with the interview. We'll have him back on for a longer one. This one was really long as is. Oh, I forgot. I also booked another guest coming on the show. Barry Horowitz will be coming on. So I'm very excited about that.
Yeah.
So I need to I'm going to try to do the headies next week, but I need to get the ballot up. I know we're getting kind of late in the year, but who cares? We'll do the headies anyway. And then it will either do the headies next week or if one of the guests comes on. But we got a lot of cool guests coming up. So it's been fun to book a guest for the show again. All right. So until next time, thank you for the Raw Report, Stevie. Sorry it was a little late.
Oh, that's okay.
Good to see you, Mr. Reddy.
Yeah, always.
Thank you to the fine folks in the chat. Actually, let me go. I should do this every week. I need to mention the people who help support the channel. Of course, our producers, Brian Matthew Cluttar. I like to say his name like that. El Santos World and The Lurker. Well, we have fine folk to help support the channel. I'm trying to pull this up right now, and it's not doing me any favors. But here we go. Any of you ever been to Japan?
Nope.
Out there in the Headyverse? I would really like a Ribera Steakhouse jacket, but I feel like a poser if I just bought one online. It's like I can't just buy. I'd have to actually be there at some point.
Is it still open?
It just doesn't feel right. All right, so thank you. Tazo the Greek. I hate Auditor 74. I'm not sure that. God Phoenix 66. I deliver for you. Rock and Roll Savage. Davey 3884. Luke Benyon 3290. Crystal in Denver. Double Guns. He's been a member for 10 months. Jason Elliott 7977. I don't probably need to say all that part. Kaiju. Hearn. Thompson 77. El Santos World. I mentioned that earlier. The producer. Toronto Stevie. Mikey B. Toronto Stevie, you've been a member for 33 months. Mikey B. Nate G. Blue Ball Cottage. The Top Crusader. And Vic Schiavone, who's the only man, I think. Top Crusader is tied with Stevie 33 months, but Vic's been a member for 34 months. Very good. All right. Well, thank you guys. I'll start adding some old episodes up there too. I haven't done that for a while. I'll try to keep on that. I've actually been adding the shows to iTunes and Spotify, so they'll be popping up. The recent ones, I'll start getting some of older ones up there to keep that updated. The website is currently down while it's being restored, but if you go to iwhwrestling.com, it will bring you right to the YouTube page. But the website, it will be back up here eventually. All right, join us on Facebook, follow us wherever, but Facebook's is our active place, and subscribe here, hit the like button, share it out, leave some comments, and join us every Tuesday night, and sometimes more. Who knows? I might pop up and talk about some wrestling throughout the week. If you have any wrestling tidbits you'd like me to talk about, email me at iwhwrestling.com. If it's a news item, or if it's like some kind of fun, like old news story or match you'd want us to talk about, whatever it is, send it in, or question. I know not everyone uses social media. We do actually have a Discord coming up. It's going to be an umbrella Discord for In Your Head and Without Your Head. But I was kicked off Discord. I'm not sure why, but that is in the works. All right. I'll see you next time. This is Nasty Neal.
Toronto Stevie.
Take care, guys.
And Johnny Cakes. Play us out. Who do I have playing us out? Duckman. I actually didn't have Duckman play us in. I think this is the Andre the Giant song by Ron Hex.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small, no, no, no. Andre was great, he was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small, no, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.